G'day, guys. Good to see yous all. I'm just trying to get my shit together today. Yeah, I'm sort of all over the place at the moment mentally. My stomach is in knots. I'm stressed out of my mind. I'm not feeling fantastic at the moment. I'm just not in a right place. Dad did his, against my advice, like he does with a lot of things, he did his fourth jab. And now he's in hospital with clots in his leg, in his veins, and he's basically quite in a bad state. He's better now, and I just said a few white lies to him just to make him feel a bit better. But yeah, so he's going to be on blood thinners for the next 6 months. Yeah. So last night I was in the hospital until they moved him out of emergency into a ward. And then basically I had to leave because they had to move him to another area. So yeah, I didn't get much good sleep last night. So I'm all over the place. So you'll have to bear with me today. At least he realised his mistake. And Dad said, I should have listened to you. I said, you should have. I said, I looked at the research. These people don't. I said, they don't even understand some basic things. And he said he noticed when I was talking to some of the nurses and all that about some of the, there was one young nurse. She was quite nice. Indian background. And we talked a bit about the Krebs cycle and a bit about taurine and how it works and how, a bit of biochemistry. At least she understood some biochemistry. So we could actually get into a bit of hardcore stuff. And she was really fascinated. She came back and actually thanked me when she left a shift. But, a lot of the others, like the doctor, one of the doctors that actually was doing a check on Dad to see, what the pulse, what sort of pulse you're getting from the arteries. So whether you're getting, so they checked his leg. He had good flexibility. He had no pain. And I attributed that to the, because usually when you get this sort of blockages in the veins or arteries, you end up you can actually go septic. You can actually get septicemia. But the funny thing was, well, I should have picked it up earlier, but I didn't. Normally I usually go around, I went around and I feel a bit guilty, but, it's not my fault either. But, he shouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have been in the position he is. But Dad, doesn't listen sometimes. He can be stubborn. I can be stubborn as well. I know where I get my stubbornness from. Not as bad as he is, but anyway. And he basically he had the thing on the 2nd of August. And I went around, had a meal with him on the 7th, on the Sunday. And he just, didn't seem like 100% to me. And I said, are you okay, Dad? And I said, g'day, Bart. Yeah, you've had issues with your mother, I know. So very similar. And he just didn't seem 100% to me on the 7th. And I go, are you fine, Dad? And he goes, yeah, I'm fine. He lied to me basically. And then pretty much after that, the next day, he felt how he described it to the doctor and told me, he felt numbness through his leg. And at the time on the 7th when I was there, because I've actually had him on like 4 grams of taurine. I used to have him on 2, brought it up to 4. I got him up to 6, and I've done one on sepsis, how it's, with LPS, it reduces lipopolysaccharides, LPS, and endotoxin, and basically also these sort of things, sepsis. And so I think that's why I had no pain. He just had swelling. And the taurine also would have regulated the fluids. So it would have kept down the swelling until there was a blockage. And the blockage happened just a couple of days ago this week. And it actually started, his legs started basically just ballooning up. So the symptoms started about 6 days, after on the 8th. which is similar to a case study. I actually showed them a case study, and the doctor didn't even want to see it. The nurse actually, she was interested. The doctor just dismissed it. I showed a case study of a 79-year-old that had the same thing, lymphedema, and how the Pfizer jab had actually reacted with her. He just didn't want to look at it at all. The guy that actually was doing he was Egyptian background. He was basically, because we talked a bit about, because there's Greeks in Egypt, so we talked from antiquity, from Alexander's time. So he was just talking about them and how he'd had a few Egyptian Greek friends and stuff like that. So we got a bit of a conversation, but he just dismissed it like that. The actual the case study, which doesn't surprise me. The brainwashing is strong in the medical field. And then after that, he did actually check, and Dad was his pulse when they were checking, because they did an image first, which was an ultrasound image to basically see where the actual had moved from the vein in the leg up to the lower abdomen. So it actually had moved, but very slowly over. So it would have been months, it would have been weeks, and that was slowly moving, and then causing us a more severe blockage and all that. But I think at the same time, it was, the counteracting effect of taurine with being that osmo regulator was probably counteracting. But it can't do miracles, let's be honest. If you've got highly reactive stuff causing reactivity in there. And the other thing that they actually found was, they initially thought that he had like wheezing, and this was causing from the pressure, the wheezing, and they said, "Oh, is he asthmatic?" And I said, "No." I said, and they had actually brought him puffers and stuff like that, and Dad didn't use them. I go, and then after they gave him this, they gave him medication in his abdomen. They injected him, which is an anticoagulant to break down the clots and stuff like that. The wheezing went away. And because the doctor checked him on his chest and said he's got no wheezing, and I said, I told you he's got no asthma. He doesn't have any issue. They go, okay. I go, that was due to the pressure and all that. Fine. Checked. Then they did an ultrasound to see the actual pulse, and his pulse was normal. That means, because that's the other thing about taurine. It actually lowers sort of calcification of the arteries. It's a part of the protocol that I did for my decalcification for my arteries. But, it actually provides also protection to the endothelium, so it has better elasticity, which is really important. And so really good pulse. He said, not a problem there. The arteries are fine. So it's really in the veins. And luckily that, otherwise you'd probably have a stroke or have a heart attack if it was in the arteries. But, Dad doesn't have any arterial issues, so that's good. It's just the blockage there. And it's really these sort of vein type effects are related in the literature. They actually show that these mRNA type jabs do seem to react through the lymphatic system and do seem to affect the veins more than the arteries in terms of some of these effects in some people, based on probably genetics and whatever else. So yeah, Dad's definitely reacted. Maybe they used something, because before he actually used Astra and Pfizer, I checked his list, because he actually showed me his list and he was proud of it. I just shook my head. I said, I'm not going to comment, because my opinion about it. And if he's done the Moderna, which is, I think they're promoting that quite a bit at the moment into the elderly, it actually has more load, that spike generating load, than the Pfizer, which has 30 milligrams. And the Moderna has 100 milligrams. So it actually creates, well over 3 times the spike load that you will get, because it's still in a lipid nanoparticle circumventing the immune system, getting into cells, unlike the Astra, which is encapsulated within an adenovirus. So you end up with a lower spike load. That was what it was, the reason why I made it as an alternative back then in the early days when we didn't know a lot, for people that were desperate and that needed options. But I've been vehemently against them myself, and even when I dropped my I didn't want to do the stuff that I did, even the Novavax, because still they haven't gone through the 5 to 7 years, like, efficacy. They haven't been tested for that long, and the only reason was, one other guy had actually done some tests, and then the phase 3 had actually shown no side effects, and it was actually done in hospitals. It wasn't actually done in private clinics by these companies like Pfizer and all that had done theirs with young people healthy, so I still wasn't comfortable, but I had a gun to my head at the time. But at least I wasn't taking any of this other garbage, the mRNA and viral vector stuff, and the DNA ones. But yeah, unfortunately, these are the stuff that the doctors are pushing. They're pushing the Novavax. They're pushing these ones on their elderly patients, and unfortunately, these come with higher risks. And this case study was on a 79-year-old lady. So luckily at work now they got rid of the mandates. I don't have to bloody worry about it at all. It's now advised or encouraged. That's my reply to them. So they can stick it where it doesn't where the sun doesn't shine. But anyway, I'm tired as I'm exhausted. I didn't get good sleep last night, so I'm stressed out of my mind worrying about Dad, and I lost Mum a number of years ago now. It was about, what is it, about 14 years ago, and I don't want to lose him, so especially on something that he didn't need to take. So I'm friggin' pissed off and angry about the whole situation. So at least he's in hospital, which is, emergency care is still pretty good. It's not like chronic care. So, it's at least, if anything happens, they're there to be able to respond quickly to him. I'm going to get some taurine to him as well, because they haven't put him on any antidiuretics or anything like that. So there's not an issue there, or calcium channel blockers or stuff like that, where you can have side effects. So, and then I'm going to sit down and speak with the pharmacologist. I'm going to go through and see what can react or cross-react with taurine or not. And as long as it doesn't, we'll use that clotting agent. We use the anti-clotting effects of taurine, so we can eliminate these clots faster. And at the same time, reduce any susceptibility to LPS and septicemia type issues and stuff like that, and try to re-regulate his his blood pressure was a bit up and down a bit, which was, so it went up to about 140 odd, then it dropped back down to 120 then it sort of went up again. It's obviously, when you're giving medication, there's some level of anti-reduction in clotting, but at least he's getting good pulse rate, and red blood perfusion is good, so he's getting good oxygen. His oxygen level's 97. They were pressing on his toes and all that, and blood was coming back into very quickly, so that was all looking good. So pretty much it's only in the veins. It's only that, and unless they can actually, it's idiopathic. They have no idea. They're not going to blame the vax, obviously. But, I showed them some case studies, and I said, there's nothing else in the literature. I've looked, I've been here looking, trying to find something, so don't tell me that it sort of conforms with his effect and the counteracting of taurine. And they didn't want to, the doctor said, taurine has nothing to do with it. And he said, what is that? He didn't even know what taurine was. And he just dismissed it without even knowing what it was. What a joke. What an absolute joke that is. God almighty, I couldn't believe it. How can you dismiss something, call yourself a medico, and be so closed-minded and just, it's ridiculous. But anyway, it is what it is and all that. So I'm going to be, the vascular surgeon is going to check him tomorrow. the vascular surgeon, she's actually looked at his scans. Now she'll check him tomorrow, and which is today. Sorry, today, and I'm going to pop in at midday after this live stream and find out exactly where he's at. And so, because they've got a catheter option, there can be risks with that. And then there's the blood thinners and stuff like that. So, and then I need to speak to the pharmacologist to, as I said, to see what the sort of meds and assess ones that don't cause the least side effects, and especially if he's going to be doing them for 6 months. He shouldn't be in this situation. So he shouldn't be in this situation. So yeah, I'm just friggin' stressed out, about him, and quite peeved off at the moment. But anyway, I still have to control and be nice and smile and be polite, and because at the end of the day, I have to worry about him, not how I feel, but about his circumstances, and try and get the best. You don't want the people that are looking after him to anger them, so to speak. So you have to keep him on side, so to speak. So yeah, that's the priority, and yeah, we'll see. He's going to be in there for about 4 days. So he said, I don't want to eat this crap food. I said, Dad, this is how you do it. Yeah, I said, you can't starve yourself for the next bloody 4 days. I said, if there's meat, eat it. If there's, vegetables that seem half decent, that have got no oils on them, nothing, just tell them nothing like that on there. Yeah, dairy products, like ask them for cheese, ask them for milk, that sort of stuff. Have yourself a coffee or whatever. Just stick to that. I said, you're not at home. You're here. I said, if just make sure you keep away from biscuits or any oils or because it's going to be seed oils or any of that sort of stuff. Just try and keep away from all that crap. So he said, and I'm going to take him in 1 or 2 items as well. So take him in some beef jerky, biltong, fuck them, some good fatty beef. There's actually a really nice one. It's pricey, about $25 for a big pack, but it's really nice and it's really fatty. So my reply to to their nutritional advice, basically, he needs good nutrition to basically heal, not the crap that they serve up in that place. Anyway, typical. G'day, Ryan. Good to have you here, mate. Lukey, always a pleasure, mate. Always a pleasure. Raymond. Richard, always good to see you, mate. Always good. Rick, yes. Do please hit, I suspect that's the like button. Do hit the like button, please. Thank you. Fetty Finn, good to have you here, mate. John, always a pleasure, mate. Yes, greetings. I hope you're not around the roulette table on the blackjack. Actually, my favourite game was blackjack. As a youngster, I grew up. I was pretty good card counter and pretty good at blackjack. So, yes. We play a variation in Greece. It's called Stuk, which is 21, but it's you have a pot and you build up a pot each round. So until you basically, so the betting round is a pot that builds up. So it's not, so winner take all. So I used to basically collaborate with my second cousin, devious second cousin, try and win the pot most of the time, or hold the actual, or be the dealer, either him or me. So yeah. Anyway, one of us, Taurine crew grows daily. God. Most stocks don't even know about what taurine is. Yeah, exactly. They don't. They really don't. They have no friggin' idea. Yeah, I will be doing something with Joey because he actually has Yeah, she did contact me. We were supposed to do a video and all that, and then I had a whole lot of things with Mira trying to with her business for the last 2 weeks. That's why hadn't gone around to Dad. I would have noticed what had actually happened. So it flew under my radar completely until he called me. Well, he didn't call me actually. He called me. He said, "Oh, I've got a bit of a problem, but I think I need a bit of help. Can you come around and do a few things for me?" Claiming that it'll go away type thing. And I go, "Okay, I'll see you on Saturday afternoon." Yesterday, and then luckily, his friend, his neighbour Julie, she was around there and having coffee with him. And she called me and said, "Your dad doesn't really look good at all, Harry. He's in a really bad state." I said, "Oh, okay. So he's lying to me that he's," she said, "Yes." And I go, "Okay." Because Dad always, he's always been my hero because he was basically all this tough guy, Boilermaker welder, big muscles. He was always this tough guy. Nobody, you know, this tall bloke, he was short like me. This tall bloke, 6 foot, this German, he literally threw him over his head. He tried to have a go at Dad, and Dad was built like a brick shit house. You couldn't take him on. He just, whether you were tall or short, he'd tear you to bits. We used to hang off his arm. He was so muscular when we were young, the three of us, me and my two sisters. So, I always saw him like he was like Hulk. He was like a Hulk in the family. He's just incredible. And so yeah, Dad's always been. I'm always, and he's still like that. Strong. My grandfather was a bit like that. Probably one reason why I never went to a doctor and died from pneumonia. But yeah, pretty much. Luckily, Julie was there. She called me and told me, and then I called the ambulance immediately because I knew exactly what had happened. I said, "Okay, Dad has done," and I asked Julie, yeah, because she actually, her daughter had some reaction after the third one, and she's not doing the fourth one at all. She told me, and she said, "I think your dad did the fourth one," and I go, "Okay." I know what's happened. He's got a clot because I'd actually looked at some of the case studies recently, but I hadn't done a video on it. But I was just caught up with Mira's bloody business and a cash flow and inventory management systems that I had to put in place and actually explain them to her. And anyway, for the last 2 weeks, I've been dealing with my partner's business issues. Anyway, so I'm teaching her accounting practices that she needs to implement. But anyway, that's a different thing. Anyway, beyond my personal worries, but that's why Dad flew under the radar for me. And I missed it all, because normally through the week, I pop in and just say hello. And just after work, especially on Fridays, I'll pop in, have a coffee with him, or Thursdays, so yeah, it just ran right under the radar for me. And luckily for his next door neighbor that she called me and told me that the state of affairs. So yeah, anyway, because he actually admitted in the hospital and said, "Yeah, you're right to call the ambulance and get me here," because after he found out that he had clots and all that, I said, "You could have had a stroke or a heart attack. Do you realize that? You thought it would go away on its own. It just, bloody hell." Oh, God, what can I say? Still doing the tough dude, even at 87. He's nearly 88. He's about 2.5 years away from 90. So other than that, he was doing fine. He's got good arterial function. Everything looks fine. They couldn't find anything. They have no idea what would have caused it. I know, because the only thing, yes, I said he hasn't changed anything in his lifestyle, diet. He hasn't been exposed to any stuff that I know of. You guys haven't detected anything in the blood works. They said no. They confirmed that. And I said, "What's left?" I said, "You got numbness on the 8th, which is 6 days later. Look at this case study." They just didn't want to look at the case study. It's just sort of, no, it can't be the jab. It can't be the jab. Fuck. Damn, the cognitive dissonance is beyond a joke. Look, it varies. What you need to do, depending on your circumstances, whether you're correcting something, if you've got oxalate dumping, I usually get people to go a bit higher because you will tear through. Oxalate does reduce sulfur amino acids. It does tear through. And, taurine plays a critical role in a lot of regulatory functions in the body. And it depends if you've got a lot of fibrotic tissue. Remember, somebody who's on an ancestral diet from a young child right through, or somebody who's young, like Joey, goes on a carnivore diet. Now, he doesn't need to supplement. He probably will never need to supplement all his life. And if he uses supplementation, he may use a couple of grams just as a biohack later on in life as you decline levels of endogenous biosynthesis. But really, it's the rest of us that have got a lot of like mitochondrial damage, senescent cells, immunosenescence, due to over jabbing ourselves, and many other things that have affected us and caused a lot of scar tissue in the body in different tissue types. A lot of fibrotic tissue because it breaks down fibrosis. So we may need to do higher doses in order to fix problems. To re-regulate things, to sort out things, to fix up our gut microbiome through inflammasome, and those sort of things. But it's, fix up improve and regulate our stomach acidity, these sort of things. So, a lot of us that are middle-aged and all that have got accumulated damage, so to speak. Yeah, we probably do need of varying levels between 4 to potentially over 10, potentially, based on each circumstance. I just usually say to people, work with it, slowly bring up the levels, like I did with Dad, 2 grams, 4 grams, now 6. And that was on the 7th, just before this whole thing. I go to set 6, and I think that sort of dragged it out for those additional 2 weeks before he had, and it has an anti-clotting effect as well. So I suspected that the reason why he clotted very slowly from this replicating effect of the jab, and the reason why he clotted very slowly was due to basically taurine impeding the clotting effect. Many other things that it was protecting him, but it's not you'd probably have to go much higher, well over 10, to basically try and I don't know even there, because we've got no experiments. It'll be an N of 1 experiment to determine whether you could actually stop the progression of any more clots at these higher levels of taurine or not. So I don't have any science, because we can't experiment on humans doing these sort of things. And we have no experimental data beyond just the initial studies that were done that were dodgy studies in terms of the safety of these. So we've got really no interactions with other drugs, with other compounds in the diet or lifestyles or whatever that can have an effect on these jabs that we use. So, because we haven't done the 5 to 7 year efficacy trials to basically really know. So we don't, so that sort of stuff, But the thing that really shocked me is their tachycardia. And we know that a lot of people that have had the jab have had tachycardia, myocarditis, and other things like that. And Dad never had tachycardia. I said, it's not on his file. His doctor has never recorded. And Dad, you can check his medical thing on my gov, and there's nothing there that he's ever had an issue. I don't have that issue, even though I've had, those sort of cardiovascular issues and didn't have that sort of problem. We do not have, Dad, I've checked Dad before. He's basically heart rate is in the sort of 60, 70 or below. Sometimes mine's in the 50 to 60. Sometimes it can drop even slightly below that. I said, we do not have high heart rate in our family. It's just not, this is not normal, So Dad was having a higher heart rate, not severe. It was 122, 123. There are other people that have got like a genetic predisposition. They can have 170, 140, really bad sort of situation, where he didn't have that level. But still, the only thing that's been different has been the jab, but they just did not want to listen at all. So, yeah. Anyway, enough said about Dad. Yes, very much. G'day, Deborah. Cecile. HD, ice cream, postprandial itis, many such cases. Last night I had some big steaks. My brother Sean called me and said, I was in the hospital just about to leave, and he said, I'm coming back from some job. What do you want? And I said, some juicy steaks. And he got me some juicy steaks and some pork steaks. He knows I like pork. So, and he got a bottle of wine, gave me a beer, but I didn't, I said, no, I don't want the beer. So I just went for the wine. I just tasted the beer and I left it, it's not, he said, just give it a try, see what you think about it. And I go, okay. But didn't really drink much of it, but I did enjoy the wine, I can tell you that. And I had a whole tub of ice cream. That's where I'm coming to it, HD. And, normally he said, I can't believe, did you eat all that? I said, yep. When I'm stressed, I really eat. I'm the opposite. Like, I know Hello Kitty, we were going to the farmer's market this morning, and she was saying that when she stresses, she doesn't eat. I'm the opposite. I will eat. I can eat the whole fridge when I'm stressed. I'm a stress eater type person. I think I get that from Dad, because Dad does that as well. Mum's the opposite. Mum and my younger sister, they won't eat. My older sister, myself, and Dad tend to be stress eaters. Yeah. So, yeah. But I did enjoy the tub of ice cream, I can tell you. And I checked it. I said, oh, no seed oil's good. And he actually got a quality bloody ice cream, not one of the regular crap. So that was at least something, so he went out of his way. He actually got 2 tubs, and then he said, I'll leave you to have 1 tub, and he had part of the other tub. So, because normally he prefers chocolate, but he got 2 vanillas for me, which was very surprising. I said, did you think I was going to consume it? I said, he said, when you're stressed, I know you will eat the whole house out. And you go, well, you know me too well. So he was trying to provide me comfort food. Probably not the best thing, but anyway, I enjoyed it. Let's put it that way. G'day, Sammy. And I don't apologise as well. No, I'll send Bart my Carnivore card, or anyone else that wants it, they can shred it. Alien Drone. Yeah, talking about cats. I need to go around for Lucy. Just make sure I did check her yesterday. Make sure she's got enough food and water. And clean out her kitty litter. Wonderful. That's going to be fun. Anyway. Oh, I've got my coffee here. I just made it. Hello Kitty actually offered to make me a coffee, and I said, no, I'll just make my own. Don't worry. And it is 11 o'clock, 11:16. So I can break my time-restricted feeding. Russell. If you've got a question, ask. If you don't, you can just listen. There's always things to learn. And I learn from you guys as well, because you always challenge me with new things and stuff like that, or to think outside the box, which is important. Just because, I do a lot of research, but just because I'm here with a lot of knowledge, I still should be challenged. Everyone should be challenged. If I hold a position on something, I should be challenged on it, or things that people want to know. That's how science progresses, not by basically hiding things or lying to oneself, or basically saying, that's not convenient, or stuff like that. Yeah. So it was only 10 minutes later. Can I, Scotty? Giving himself dusters. I like that, actually. I like that comment. Thanks, Scotty. Uh, Good to have you here, Bart. He's probably just popped in and popped out. I know he's probably taken the dogs for a walk. That's it. Simple Human, how are you? Harry, is there some glaring flood of electrolyte issues coming to light with people who follow carnivore keto? I see no reason to worry about hyperinsulinemia while following a low carb diet. Nah, I, I just don't understand. Look, if you eat enough protein, you're not going to get the problem. And eating enough protein means you get enough the flesh of the animal, which means you get enough taurine. Because even, the only time you have to supplement, as I said, if you've got an oxalate dumping, you're going to deplete taurine. And then you may get an electrolyte issue due to the oxalate issue. Not because, the animal foods aren't sufficient to give you taurine. Eating enough meat will give you enough taurine to regulate these things. But if you've got, as I said, a young person, not a problem. People with underlying issues, there we need some biohacks here or there, things just to re-regulate things because we're losing certain things, depleting certain things because of some underlying issues. That's a bit of a different thing. And I think people are not discussing these things. And most people in the keto carnivore community are completely unaware of, taurine as well. And usually when you look at countries like, for instance, where they consume, especially the Japanese and the Koreans, they consume shitloads of sodium, and remember, they're still eating carbs. So they're, and on the other hand, you don't see them with the high blood pressure issues that you get with the Westerners. And they're eating a lot of fish. They don't eat a lot of carbs. It's just a small amount with the fish and stuff like that. You have to remember it's small bites, but they eat shitloads of fish. So their diet is very high in a lot of these sort of foods that are very high in taurine, and it's an osmoregulator. And it tends to basically, it's the thing that actually regulates and actually counteracts a lot of these sort of negative issues that can be caused by the Randall cycle. One, it reduces lactate. So it's forcing it through the Krebs cycle. So, and then even though you're forcing it through complex 1 and creating a slightly more reactive oxygen species, let's say from the rice, you've got the taurine in there that's counteracting the ROS effect at complex 1. So, as I said, there are always confounding variables of stuff that people are not taking into account, why certain, and then the Japanese go to America and they get sick, just as sick as because they've moved away from those ancestral practices that sort of mitigated some of these behaviors and more physical outdoor activity and many other things. So there's always these little things. And it's the same thing in our community. Our community is new. It's not a Maasai community or an Inuit community. It is not a multi-generational carnivorous community. They are new people trying this from poor diet practices in the past. And so obviously they're still learning, you could say, the culture of eating. All societies have a culture of eating. You take a look at cultures that have lentils and beans and stuff like that, how they sprout them, they soak them for days and do all these sort of things. Why? Because they know of the anti-nutrients. So they're trying to reduce the protease inhibitors and some of the other anti-nutrients in there so they can extract more macro and micronutrition from these poor quality foods, because they were poor and they didn't have a lot of access to a lot of high quality food. So, big populations, agricultural based big populations did these things, but they had to find methods of mitigating. Because if you look at the cranial sort of effects of iron deficiencies and a whole lot of other things that people suffered in the early agricultural age, because archaeologists have got that evidence, So it's really important, guys, to realize that our community still is quite ignorant about some of the physiological effects of the nutrients in animal foods, and also past practices that may have some negative effects in depleting some of those things, and how you may need to slightly make adjustments and hacks in order to basically sort things out. And that's why these things constantly appear, especially as you have new people coming onto the carnivore keto diet. Most people resolve them just by going out and buying electrolytes. That's a waste of money, as far as I'm concerned. I don't consume a lot of water, and I don't consume any electrolytes. And I allow my own fat to provide me with metabolic water, and my own, and also exogenous fat as well, to provide me with metabolic water. And at the same time, with taurine and enough protein to provide the stuff to regulate my electrolytes and my fluids. That's what ancestrally we did. We didn't run around with electrolytes or with bottles of water. Remember, when I was talking to, Mary Ruddock, when she was, going out with the Hudsons and all that, they had water with them. The tribal people did not have water with them. And if they used any water, it was a bit of water from some leaves, which was low deuterium due to UV radiation, due to the photosynthetic effect that lowers the 2H in the actual water molecule, the water within the water molecules within the actual leaves, or the little, what do they call it? I'm trying to remember those little cellular type things. I've got a name for them. They hold water anyway. NTL, good to have you here. Hi, Harry. Another day, another question about toothpaste. I get the grants. Show you which I get. That's well priced as well. Look, if you want to come on, I have sent you a link, and it's this one. This is actually Woolworths supermarket in Australia. It's an Australian brand. This is the one that I get. Grants. Mild mint. That's the one that I get. Natural toothpaste with aloe vera, no fluoride, SLS or preservatives. So you can even tell your vegan friends it's certified even for them. And so basically free from SLS, parabens, mineral oils, so no mineral oils that are oxidized, saccharins, tricosylines, fluoride, titanium dioxide, dyes, artificial flavors or preservatives. So none of that sort of stuff. So yes. And basically calcium carbonate, water, aqua, aloe, sort of the aloe leaf, sort of xylitol, glycerin. So this is another substance from coconut. Some gum type thing, again, natural. DPD, that's fine as well. Let's just see. Some extract, stevia, magnesium, potassium chloride, mint oil, eucalyptus oil. But remember, you're not swallowing. And these ones are not problematic like some of the other mineral oils and some of the other stuff that can be very problematic. So coriander, rosemary, and we know that actually rosemary and coriander, these sort of things actually have even antifungal effects and against certain types of pathogenic bacteria as well. So it's not, I'm not saying that it's, you could probably find something even better than this elsewhere, but at that sort of price, you know, when you go for your Colgates and your all other major brands, you're paying that or more. So, you know, it's what I call on a cost benefit basis, it's probably something which is much better than some of the other stuff out there on a cost benefit basis. And I'll drop that in there. As I said, I don't recommend, that's just what I take. I don't recommend any toothpaste. Some people may be able to get better quality stuff than even that. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, on a cost benefit basis, if I have to basically buy something every single bloody day, that's going to basically be it for me. Now, if you want to go and spend a bit more money, like $7-10 a toothpaste, 3 times that amount, you can actually get even better quality. I had tried one from I actually bought that a while back, and that was at City Organic, in the city. But then I sort of looked at it and I go, oh, this has got a few things that I'm not 100% with, but some plant compounds that, you know, are unnecessary, some additional flavors. And I'm going, should they be in there? Well, maybe not. But then again, you know, it's not a deal breaker for me. So I said, nah, bugger it. The price is good. It does that. It's way better than many of the other sort of ones out there with too many other problematic compounds. So it was the middle compromise on price and, you know, product quality sort of. It's mid-range if you're looking. If you're extremely wealthy and you've got money to throw around, maybe you go for another option. Anyway, I'll leave that for people to decide which way to go. But as long as you basically just, you know, rinse your mouth out, you don't swallow. I mean, I don't know, maybe some of you people are swallowers of toothpaste. But anyway, that's a problem that you need to fix. I think most people I've spoken to, mostly keto people, had some issues. Yep. Yeah. I don't find it really within the carnivore community. It's more keto or people that are doing keto carnivore or stuff like that. People that basically just eat plenty of meat once a day and knock themselves out of ketosis and are always running this low grade level for the rest of the day. They don't have this issue. So they don't have this high catabolic state to lose electrolytes. So, you know, and they still maintain very good levels of, you know, healthy metabolic rate because they're getting enough nutrients, their body and all that for their systems to function properly. Plus, on top of that extra metabolic rate will basically also oxidize this additional energy. So very helpful for that part as well. Alberto, how are you, mate? I've had foamy urine for months on carnivore. You're oxalate dumping. Can I still be oxalate dumping? Yeah, even though it hasn't been on off, but rather every time I urinate. Okay, that's quite severe. I hope you're taking food grade citric acid, and also that you're taking. Some people, look, there is a thing because Usually, when you've got it on, off, you'll take citric acid when you've got the issue. If you're taking citric acid for months and months and months, there can be a number of side effects, digestive side effects with some people. It depends on the quality as well. It has to be food grade and a good quality, and not taking it like big boluses. So you spread it out throughout the day, small amounts. I think Bart said 3 or 4 times a day. You spread it out in smaller amounts, so you don't, and you dilute it in water, so you don't have like massive amounts. For me, I would use Evian water, which is got slightly lower deuterium, if I'm going to use it for that purpose. Yeah, just show you which water. I'll stick that into the descriptor, so I'm not going to share it at my screen. So there's the Woolworths product. Bottles made from, so that's the Evian water, which is alpine water. Yeah, so g'day, Lukey. Yeah, so pretty much, I would definitely be doing something like that, and I'd be definitely putting taurine in as well, because you'll be sulfur depleted as a consequence, and may end up with some electrolyte issues as well. So that's a problem as well. You can also add a bit of dairy into your diet. If you're not, hopefully you're not, you don't have dairy products, dairy protein reactivity. But if you can tolerate dairy, it can also reduce this by binding the calcium, binding a lot of these oxalates as well. So you end up pooping them out rather than pissing them out. So that can help as well. But if you've got this constant sort of stuff, you should be basically seeing someone to monitor this. So I would recommend, because I don't do consultancies, I'd recommend you consult with Bart Kay, because he's pretty good on this front, and he can manage your condition, because you probably may need somebody if you're constantly dumping. This is the sort of things that a number of the people that are in the field of dealing with oxalate toxicity, and people need to be able to go through the motions of making sure that you're actually. But if you're not subscribed to Bart, you should be, and he's in my featured channels. So on the front page, you'll find the featured channels, and Bart's there, Pim's there, and a number of other people, including Lukey, and you can subscribe to people. Hopefully Lukey will put a few things up at some stage, part of his engineering stuff, or stuff, his work-related stuff, which wouldn't be too bad. He's got some robot there at the moment. Dandruff. You're suffering with dandruff, Richard. I used to suffer dandruff in my old carb days. I used to have quite severe dandruff. I was known to have the white effect on my jacket or stuff like that. So I was a very heavy, but since going, it actually stopped even before going carnivore. It actually, when I went low carb and took out a lot of the highly refined oils and carbohydrates, it pretty much, how I haven't had it for years now. So anyway, yeah, look, there's plenty of people out there that have got these problems because they are scared of protein, which is ridiculous, to say the least. Yeah, well, that is possible. Look, I work in an office environment, and so I don't do that. And at the same time, people that basically, look, somebody who's ancestral, somebody who's young, they don't have this problem. I'll explain to you why. Somebody who's got a good oral microbiome and a good functioning body that can actually balance these things out, hasn't had a lot of damage like middle-aged people like myself, is going to be more ancestral. Will have more of these ancestral effects. Like the ancestral people, they don't brush their teeth, never have. Nobody has in the past. It's only agriculturalists. If you take a look, the science of dentistry emerges with agriculture. They used to pull out teeth in the past, and they used to the Egyptians even used to make false teeth for their people. So, but before that, tribal people, and even tribal people today, have never had that issue. But remember, none of us are Puritans. Some of us still drink alcohol, like me, eat ice cream, like me, and do other things. And so those sort of things, they're going to have a negative effect on tooth enamel. And also, we may have pre-existing damage of, so yeah, something like that as well. Those things. And so that sort of years and years of damage, erosion and stuff like that, it's going to take a very long time to reverse a lot of that damage. I mean, my oral health is way better now in that regard, and I don't have any bad breath issues or anything like that. And sometimes I don't even brush my teeth. I forget to brush my teeth, and I'm fine. In that regard. But usually, if I don't go into the office, I don't bother at all, whatsoever. And I've sort of into my mouth or whatever. I've been around Hello Kitty. Even today I hadn't brushed. She didn't notice anything. She would have said. She always comments if something's a bit off. She'll go, "Oh, you smell," or "You this," or "You that." She's a bit like that. But anyway, so I would have known. Let's put it that way. So yes, there is something to be said when you take away all the carbs and the garbage out of your diet. It does have a profound effect on improving your oral microbiome and the sort of situation in terms of breath, whether it smells good or not. So yes, so in that regard, so it does make a difference. If you're young and you're on a carnivorous diet and you decide to be on that, you probably don't need to worry about brushing your teeth. Rinsing with your mouth with a bit of water is probably all you need to do. For food particulates. I mean, even tribal people, you'd see them that use like picks that pick their teeth. You see tribal people picking their teeth, clearing out, they're basically just clearing out their teeth of all the food particles and stuff like that. So to say that they don't is nonsense, because they do. And all animals groom themselves, clean themselves, and do things like that. So it's not as if they don't do it. We've just created modern ways. I mean, you could basically just rinse your mouth out and just use a pick to just clear out all the particulates, or the popular one now being where you've got high pressure water, like a pressure nozzle, and you just clean out your teeth around the stuff, get rid of all the food particles and all that, rinse out your mouth, done, So as long as you've got a healthy oral microbiome, you probably don't need to brush at all. So, I'm actually looking into getting one of those devices and going toothpaste and brush free in the future. So I'm considering that. So it may happen.
Man, for the longest time, I was just basically just flossing, and at the end of the day, I'd just brush my teeth with nothing, maybe some salt, and that's what I was doing. I ended up getting a fluoride-free toothpaste because sometimes it's just nice, I guess. I still have this attachment towards brushing my teeth.
I know. It's psychological. I mean,
Yeah.
I do it as well. And if I'm going to a function or whatever, I'll brush my teeth with something with a minty thing. Like that's why I buy that with a minty thing. I could actually, they have a plainer one, but I could actually, because it's, you sort of think, oh, I'm going to be around people, talking with people. If my breath's got a minty flavor, it's going to be, I don't know. It's just, there's a lot of good brainwashing that's happened over decades and decades for us to be thinking in those terms.
But what used to happen here? This is something funny. Especially when I was younger, mom used to say, "You haven't eaten anything in several hours. You need to eat something, otherwise you're going to smell bad. Your breath is going to smell bad."
Yeah,
And I'm like,
exactly.
"Why are you saying this?" Especially early in the morning, she was like, "Quick, get breakfast. Your breath smells." Is this like keto breath or something?
Yeah, look, yeah, that's the other thing. On a carnivore diet, you don't get the keto breath, which is another good thing about it. Yes, so because you're basically running like
Low
Mary
grade.
when she did. Remember, the low grade ketones. It's like Mary when she did, the massage. She took a whole lot of and pricked their fingers, the men, the women, throughout the whole day, and she was basically finding that they were close to about 1 millimole. They were in this low grade level of ketosis, swinging in and out. So it wasn't this permanent state of ketosis, and it wasn't basically very high either. It was low grade. And I think that is the right way. It's the body needs to be regulated within a certain physiological range for a lot of things. There are, certain levels of certain micronutrients that are required, certain things that are required at a certain level, things to need, we know with taurine regulating all these systems within certain parameters. So the body needs to work within certain parameters to work properly. So, more isn't necessarily better, or, more ketones. People even buy artificial ketones. It's become a fad. I don't know. It's just a craze that people have. And I go, those sort of things like giving somebody ketones, artificial ketones, they have a place. People that may have dementia or Alzheimer's that have got a lot of damage, and it can be a biohack or a support for those people. For military, special forces people, like, sort of that have been used. D'Agostino, the guy down in Florida, that does work for the Navy SEALs and the US military, and who's a keto guy, and he basically has those keto esters and stuff like that provides the Navy SEALs when they dive deep. It seems to basically provides neuroprotectiveness to them. The other thing that they could, but they don't know about, they could actually supplement them, is basically with taurine, because it has that osmolytic effect and would regulate better those fluid dynamics as the pressure changes. So it's probably something that they haven't looked into. But again, we have a culture adverse to meat, fearful of meat, and it's just crazy. You see the results with us middle-aged people. You see we look better, we look healthier and stuff like that. But with young people, it's dramatic. Like people in their 20s and stuff like that, when they do, their body composition changes dramatically very fast and within a very short amount of time, because they're quite healthy. They don't have to the same degree damage, so their body can respond to these nutrients. They're coming from less damage, so they get the benefits faster, so to speak. I'm jealous. But anyway, it's the truth. It's the reality. We have to accept that. Us old geezers like myself. Yes, they don't. Bart's had problems with his mother, loving Jabba the Hutt. Yes, she can't keep away from him. Yeah, big fan of Jabba the Hutt, his mother. So, yeah, coming from a similar situation, unfortunately. Yeah, what can you do? As Dr. Berry would say, powdered butt syndrome with parents not listening to their kids. Okay. Yes. Look, intergenerational, there's always that. I mean, Lukey's had it, with his mum as well. He occasionally has told me stories of his interaction with mum. Dad's a bit easier to get on with.
Definitely.
Yes, we don't need to go to the details. I do respect your privacy. But yes. Anyway, I mean, heart's in the right place, but again, it's sometimes hard to. You're not convinced. Look, I don't actually see it as. I actually see it as an insufficiency of two things. I'll tell you why you're wrong. I'll tell you why you're completely wrong in that regard. Have you seen my leucine video? People in a fasted state, they gave them leucine and they raised not only their insulin, their IGF-1, the mTOR activation, and their muscle protein synthesis. Their protein synthesis went up. Unless your insulin signaling is improved, and it's not in a hypoinsulinemia state, So what you're saying, simply human, is wrong, completely and utterly wrong. So protein does make a difference, in particular leucine, the key branched chain amino acid. You don't actually, and the other thing is, this is why you've probably heard me, I never recommend BCAAs, branched chain amino acids. I consider them useless, garbage, waste of money. It's because isoleucine, valine, the other branched chains, they compete through the same transporters. So if you add BCAAs, you're actually going to get less leucine transported in to the amino pool. That's why I get leucine separately as a supplement for those people that are, like elderly, where I give them leucine and taurine combination. The taurine that also comes in the meat has a myostatin inhibition, and taurine on its own actually raises insulin signaling, confirmed in all animal models studies and humans, to raise insulin. So taurine with leucine magnify protein synthesis and increase. That is why people are getting, because you've got the myostatin inhibition, but also the improvements in anabolic signaling that actually are happening as well. So you're completely wrong. Protein makes a big difference due to, in particular, leucine and taurine that come with the actual protein. And the protein bolus itself has a slightly less, but that's just from the macronutrient effect, but it's slightly less. But the key signaling is happening via leucine and to a lesser extent, via taurine. So that's where it's happening. And anabolic magnification is happening because taurine is basically, so when you eat meat that actually has less taurine in it, you're actually not amplifying leucine's effect, and you're not amplifying and not reducing the myostatin effect. So you're not inhibiting myostatin to some extent and then magnifying that, which then magnifies insulin signaling. So no, these people on low ketogenic diets are eating near plant-based in many cases, or they're using these protein shakes or whatever that are basically don't have enough leucine because the companies want to basically sell them BCAAs with the protein supplement. That's why they put less leucine. Where in animal foods, it's much higher. So that's the difference. Anyway, so it does make a big, big difference. I used to have electrolyte issues as well. I mean, all the time I used to have problems with electrolytes. I used to buy electrolytes. So I used to go to the chemist warehouse that we've got down here, and I used to buy these electrolyte packs when I was doing keto because I was struggling as well. I used to get cramps and all these bloody things. And even upping my sodium wasn't, it reduced the severity, but I wasn't fixing the problem. Once I ate more meat and got more taurine, the issue went away completely. Everybody's issue goes away. I mean, even people that don't eat a lot of meat, they just supplement taurine and their issue goes away. So it's just osmoregulation comes with more meat. So naturally, if you're in a natural environment without supplements, you were back 100 years ago, the only thing that could basically increase that osmotic effect in regulatory effect in your fluids and ions is taurine in the animal foods. And people used to eat a hell of a lot more. I mean, people consume 10 times the far more dairy because carbs was all that, it was seasonal, far more dairy. It was like 2/3 the diet rather than 1/3 that it is now, and less, becoming less. And they also consumed like 10 times the seafood. So it was just way more seafood, so more taurine, and way more, because the difference between, is dramatic in terms, even if the animal's freshly slaughtered, it's at a lower level. But as long as you basically, you don't have oxalate dumping, you don't have all these other issues, underlying fibrosis or whatever, that lower level is fine for all the general regulation in the body. It's when you're getting into the difficult part where you may need more. So that's the only reason why we supplement more. So it's not because it's ancestral, it's because a lot of us have got derangements by the time we get to this stage and realize what we've been doing wrong. Yeah, and that's the key thing. And well said, Alberto. That is exactly, a lot of the electrolyte issues can be due to oxalate dumping, depleting key sulfur amino acids, in particular taurine, that regulates these fluids. So, and on top of that, many of the keto people don't eat enough protein. I mean, you hear them all the time. You need to concentrate on eating more fat, not protein, because it's going to turn into sugar. No, it's not. All you do is digest protein slower. God almighty. Drives me up
It's
the
like
wall.
some people think steak is cake for some reason.
Basically, they do. It's ridiculous. There's a number of gurus in the low carb community that basically think we're eating too much meat, and these carnivores are crazy. There it is.
I never, for 2 decades of my life, I didn't know the joy that is eating at least 1 gram of protein per centimeter of height. Now I know the truth.
Exactly. It's enjoyable. So, I mean, I love, like last night, two juicy pork steaks, and then I had also 2 beef patties. So they were really like that big. So, because Sean knows exactly what I like. I don't like these, these little, like they have in fast food stores. I mean, we're talking about this big, and inside it was still a bit on the pinky side, really nice and big and, rounded. I'm going, now that is appetizing. And I just, so yeah, that was really nice. Not this, a lot of the keto people. Oh, let me have a bit of broccoli and a bit of yeah, and my favorite oxalate food, spinach.
Oh God, I'm just glad
No.
I went straight from standard Brazilian to carnivore.
I think you did the best thing, because I went through that sort of indoctrination in the low carb community, eating a whole lot of plants and stuff like that, and that's why I ended up with a lot of oxalate issues and I had a couple of years that I was dumping on and off and on and off, and it's just very recently that the issue has gone away. But I went through the oxalate hell, so to speak, on and off, and a lot of the associated issues with it. So, but it's what we did to ourselves quite a bit, unfortunately. Yep, it's pretty hard to try and get them to think differently. I've discovered coffee raises my blood pressure it does in a number of people. It does in Bart as well. Doesn't in me, but it does in other people. It depends. It's probably because me and Dad have got Dad, it doesn't affect him either. He's a big coffee drinker like me. We've got 4 times the clearance rate. So we'll clear out alcohol, coffee, all these things. So our P450 detox, phase 2 detox actually works 4 times faster than other people. That's the longevity genes, as I said. It's one reason why my great-grandfather lived very, very old. And but so I can tolerate more, let's say, inappropriate things and clear them, as long as I'm not eating seed oils and certain other things that are directly doing damage. I'm getting enough choline to export fat out of the liver and and lower the fat content of the liver, which is important. Things like that. Then you're not going to get into derangements when you eat enough animal foods. But it's usually, coffee's the big one for a number of people, that it does affect their blood pressure. I've never really seen, a lot of the actual studies are pilot studies. So we don't have like a population-wide study. And so we don't really know what the levels are within a population. All we do know is that it's, yes, it does affect some people. But notice when he actually cut out for a couple of months, when he was doing his priming and all that, the recent, that whole period when he cut out, his blood pressure went down and then it didn't go up again. He seemed to basically get a new sort of set point. So that was interesting. So do I have any research to basically confirm what happened to Bart? No. Nobody has. We don't have any population groups. We don't have any really good experiments because I don't think people, even doctors or physicians out there, are really aware about the effects on blood pressure. And usually they sort of blame it on the caffeinated drinks, the way they are and stuff like that, that it's sort of, they consider it, it's a short term, it's not a long term thing. So it's not really a problem. Maybe not, because if you exercise, your blood pressure goes up. If you have a coffee, it's equivalent to exercising, your blood pressure will go up and then it will sort of normalize down again. So, but Bart noticed actually that it stayed up a bit higher than normal. And then when he actually cut it out completely, did his prime, then he came back to it after, it seemed to stay at a new set point. So that's another thing, is there some enzymatic adaptation there that is actually some pathway that is actually, I don't know. But at the same time, he also did introduce taurine, and taurine does lower blood pressure, normalize it. And so is it the taurine that's actually affecting him? Do you know what I mean? Is that the confounding variable? And so really, it's still, he hasn't resolved the issue. He just thinks he has because of the taurine thing. Don't know. As I said, there's a lot of, I would love to basically be head of one of these groups where I actually handed out money for research, because I could I'd pick all these little eccentric type of research things to do and look into, where we have no research. We have no idea how different compounds and things are influencing the body's functioning. So it annoys me that we do over and over the same garbage studies when there's so many other things that we just ignore, that we're completely ignorant about, we don't know anything about. So I hope people like Joey and others that get into the academia as youngsters. I mean, I'm 4 years away from retirement, so I'm an old geezer heading for basically retirement age. You guys that are younger, that are basically motivated to basically do some research, I hope some of you actually look into some of these esoteric subject matters when it comes to health and stuff like that, and possibly could enlighten the rest of us mere mortals on how these things work with some good research. So, so I've covered a lot of these things. I'm just gonna. Ah, yes, it is the great achiever. Yes, it's as I said, the master regulator in the body. I can't think of one compound that doesn't actually regulate so many different systems, enzymatic pathways, and different functions within the body. I mean, there are probably other compounds that play a cofactor role within certain enzymatic pathways. Like, you've got vitamin D, over 1,000, pathways that are basically influenced by vitamin D. But we're talking about, wherever I look throughout the whole body, what do I see? Every single cell, every single part of the body, I see a taut transporter, TAUT, which is a taurine transporter, a taut transporter everywhere. And it's all at these cross sections of sort of where it is interacting with regulation of the body in one way or another. So, yeah, I for me, taurine is right at the top of the actual pyramid of having the widest interaction within the body of any other compound. It's the reason why I've always said that it is the underpinning of the Japanese paradox and the Korean paradox. It's the taurine. Because when you look at all other Northeast Asians that are not consuming as much, fish as the Koreans and they had on the other front, on the other macros, like rice and whatever else, they're very similar, but the outcomes are very different, even though they are closely genetically related, all the Northeast Asians. So what's different? I'll tell you what's different. More fish, more taurine. That's the difference. And it has an antioxidant effect. It basically has the ability to, reduce damage within the mitochondria, which basically reduces the amount of reverse reverse Krebs cycle, which also means that from the cytosol, you're pulling in less 2H, which is critical. Because when you're in a normal Krebs cycle, you're actually pushing out 2H, deuterium. When you're basically in a growth phase and reverse Krebs cycle, you're actually pulling in from the cytosol, you're pulling in 2H, deuterium. We know what that causes. Mitochondrial damage. It furthers it, it accelerates it, and increases it. This is cancer. This is senescence. So 2H has its place in the body. Too much in the wrong places, it's a problem. And unfortunately, when we do this reverse Krebs cycle, we upregulate oncogenes, all this sort of stuff happens. We go into a glycolytic phase and in a growth phase. And as we get older, more damage that we sustain, this is why we can't lose weight very easy as older people, because we've got more reverse Krebs cycle damage. I did a lot to myself, So it's harder for me compared to somebody who's younger, who's got healthier mitochondria. That's another factor that plays a role. All these sort of things. And so, because I deal with a lot of older people that have got a lot of these mitochondrial damages and problems, some are all the way to cancer and stuff like that, and have issues with weight, issues with a lot of these sort of things, and they don't realize it because, if you're basically got a lot of reverse Krebs cycle, you're storing energy. You're not oxidizing energy. You're storing energy. Remember, even through, if you basically go through the polio pathway, or you actually take lactate and convert it into fructose as well, it can be converted as well, because when you've got too much excess, sometimes your fructose level will go from a few percentage points all the way up to 30% of the carbohydrates, because you can't deal with them. So you can't push them through the Krebs cycle. And so as a consequence, you basically have to turn them into fat. Best way to turn anything into fat is to turn it into fructose, so you can get rid of it. This is the whole thing. So reverse Krebs cycle is really what is driving driving senescence, aging of the functioning of the cells, and energy production is becoming impeded, reduced, and also increasing damage by pulling in more deuterium into the actual mitochondria and damaging them even further. This is the accelerated effect of deuterium damage to the mitochondria. It's sort of, you go from senescence, you get into this reverse Krebs cycle, you start pulling in more deuterium, 2H, and you basically start pushing in all the growth pathways. And yeah, it's not a pleasant story at the end of that. It usually ends up with cancer, stuff like that, and death, or heart disease, or, strokes, Alzheimer's, and a lot of other degenerative diseases. This is the problem of damaging the mitochondrial function and not being able to produce enough energy, ATP, through oxidative phosphorylation to basically run a very well-oiled machine. And that's what we're doing. So really, taurine comes into this as a player effect, and is affecting all these different pathways with a couple of other nutrients with animal foods, in order to turn the reverse Krebs cycle back the other way. And obviously in people with cancer, downregulate sort of also regulating calcium, because calcium plays a big role. I'll explain it when I do a video on this. It's a video that's going to happen. And yeah, so really, these are the sort of things that, so yeah, Richard, it is a magical stuff. I would say it's, it's like a godly gift to all species, taurine. Yes. I don't think life could exist the way it is without taurine regulating it. It's a very ancient compound from the oceans, from those vents, all that sulfur that was coming out of those vents. Those organisms were taking it. They were creating the Krebs cycle within that sort of vent, It's incredible. Bloody incredible. Anyway, let's move on before I have a religious experience about the Krebs cycle. You may need more, definitely, because with any oxalate stuff, you're definitely depleting, I can tell you. Look, I know the doctors are going to be through, so I'm looking at going in sort of mid-afternoon anyway, because I'll probably get more information then, and then I'll be able to call my sisters and let them know exactly what the situation is when I've got more information. So going in earlier, because they go through the wards up until midday, so they'll go through, they may see Dad very late, and then there's lunchtime and all that. So I'll leave it for like 2:00, which basically means, and I'll head down. I'll probably get there about 2:30. By then, lunch would have been finished. They would have all that. So I'll be able to at least get a conversation with one of the doctors and find out exactly and all that. So going in early isn't going to make much of a difference. I'll still be sitting around playing with my fingers anyway, thumbs or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it can. It's an antidiuretic. So, yeah, it can have that effect. But, I tried putting taurine in my coffee. Oh, I don't like it. I can tell you. It tastes like crap. I'd rather just put it in water, drink it down, and then just have the coffee separate. It tastes like crap, guys. If anybody tells you, it tastes wonderful, tell them to go and see a psychiatrist. Basically, wonderful. God. You get all this guru nonsense on in even in our community. Oh, this tastes wonderful. This is whatever. Get over it. Build a bridge. Go and pat yourself on the head. Keep it real. I mean, I know people can do weird, just weird stuff. Is there a salt coffee balance, e.g., putting salt in coffee? Oh, I mean, I know some people have done it. I usually salt my meat pretty well, so I don't really care about putting salt in my coffee. So I like my coffee the way it is. I don't want to put anything in it. No taurine, no salt, no bloody nothing. I know some people say they like it. If you like it, fine. I just like my coffee the way it is. So I'll be having mine that way. If you want to try, experiment other ways, go right ahead. Knock yourself out.
Honestly, I'd say that if you find that salted coffee is better, you're probably using shit coffee.
That's true as well. Remember, Richard actually is a connoisseur of coffee, so he'll consider that as an insult, as hate speech. You just stepped into that. I'm just letting you know. He's a sensitive Kiwi, I mean, they are. The other one popped in for a moment and then took off. And, yes, you put up there for trader, you put the Nature's Life. Yep. They actually have, Hello Kitty was telling me they actually just recently discounted it a bit as well, again. So it's the better one, because there's two processes. I'm not going to go into the chemistry now of that, but two methods of, because you can't get it from animal sources. I mean, it'd be like $100 or more. It's just there's not enough to be able to extract, let alone from plants. But so they have to make it. They have to manufacture it in a lab, whether we like it or not. But there are two processes. One that actually creates these sort of like glycerine, more crystalline type flakes, which is what we get. And it's closer to, it's a sort of an intermediate of the sulfonic acid. So there's less processing. It's a bit more expensive, the method, but it actually has less, it's much cleaner as a product. So it's way better. But the funny thing is, because this was a family business, it's been set up in such a way to create quality supplements. They're way more competitive, even though it's a superior product. And so other people, for the same sort of stuff, you've got to pay an arm and a bloody leg. So, yeah. So, eat a bit of power fully. Should I call an ambulance because insulin was not raised enough? No, I wouldn't bother. We only need some insulin signaling, not massive insulin signaling. You won't get massive, with an insulin to glucagon ratio 1.3, you get slightly increase. The key thing is, if you really, let's say, because some people, I actually say that some people, can you put enough meat down? And some people say, I just can't. I find it very hard to put enough meat down. I say, well, then go and get a leucine supplement and spike your food with leucine. Simple as that. Taurine and leucine together, spike it, get the anabolic effect and all that, you know. So we know from that study, even in a fasted state, leucine basically still increased protein synthesis from normal cellular turnover from autophagy. So you're still going to get from normal cellular turnover, even in a feed state, there's still some level of very low grade turnover and autophagy, and apoptosis and all this sort of stuff gets recycled. So, you know, and it's really important when you're recycling to break it down properly and also have proper protein folding as well. That's where the taurine comes in. So it has that additional role, so you don't lose too much through the urine or feces or whatever, because you can recycle it and use it much better because you've got something that is refolding those protein structures better, so they work better. So there's that other benefit on the side. And protein folding is one of the critical problems that happens with senescence and aging damage, is inappropriate protein folding in the body. So that's where the longevity biohacking of taurine comes in, is in the protein folding. So, you know, that affects Alzheimer's, dementia, all these sort of conditions. It's all about protein folding, because protein folding derangements that actually happen in the body as we get older with more damage. So that's another reason for putting older people on a bit more taurine, for healthier brains, better working brains, and healthier brains. Yeah, they got no idea. They don't even know what it is, let alone how it works. You know, it's so. And the only ones that know a bit about it are the ones that think it's basically in Red Bull.
Right? Say boring people are like, wait, isn't that the stuff in Red Bull?
Exactly. Yeah. So okay. So simple human loves his salty coffee. Yeah, for me it tastes odd. Used to use salt to kill rubbish coffee in the past.
That's what I said. Like, it fixes trash coffee.
So you're safe. That is what I mean. I actually use an ice cold limeade with salt as the liquid, and I run through the verbamate. Interesting. Actually, I don't mind iced coffee as well, because you know I did my high school in Greece as a youngster, you know, and iced coffee in summer is really nice, you know. So
I think it was a couple weeks ago. I was actually out with a friend. We were at a shopping center, and he was like, "Oh, isn't there anything we can have here that is like something else besides meat?" I'm like, "What do you want to drink? Like, you have Crohn's disease. There's nothing you can order."
exactly.
And he's like, "Oh, but I want something different. All right, let's go to Starbucks." And we had like iced coffee, cold brew, with some cream and vanilla
Yep.
essence. I was fine, but he was like, "Oh, this is tasty." And 5 minutes later, he's like, "Oh God!" And I'm like, "I told you not to order things."
Exactly. Yes, you can't tolerate them. You've got a problem. So
Yep, like
he's he's still finding it hard to give up on some of the stuff. Yeah, yeah,
exactly. Like,
yeah,
look, I have a different issue. I don't have coffee often because of that, but at least I know that when I have it, I'm not going to, have
yeah.
overtly bad reactions to it.
Exactly. Thanks, Sammy. Yeah. is lime and salt. Trader, IT hard to find decent doctors these days. It is, yeah. You go in there, there are particular problems. They push their own agendas. Yep, trying to sell you something or a program for kickbacks. Standards are crap. Yeah, look, unfortunately, Trader, that is the state of current medicine, and it's not getting any better because the problem is they don't have enough people. Don't have enough nurses, don't have enough doctors. They will start lowering the standards. They're already started in some parts of the world. And yeah, it's all about getting people through the door quickly and stuff like that. I don't blame the doctors. Don't get me wrong. I have nothing against the doctors and nurses. I think a lot of them went into medicine for the right reasons. Yes, there's going to be some people that have gone in for the wrong reasons. They want to be the top specialist and make shitloads of money. But a lot of the other people that work, especially in hospitals, their motivation is to try and help because the big money is actually in private hospitals, in private clinics and stuff like that. That's where the big money is. But a lot of these doctors that do, emergency medicine and all that, that's not where the big money is. I can tell you. Doing multiple shifts of that is extremely exhausting and tiring. And that's not where a lot of the money, their motivations are different. But they're brainwashed. That's the system has brainwashed them. That's why I don't give them a hard time because I know, and like when I was talking to Hello Kitty, I said, at the end of the day, even if I get one success, like I had one nurse there that was interested and she said, I'm going to look into that. She found that stuff really interesting that I was talking about. There you go. Immediately, that person now is going to look into those and realize. And as I said to her, look, we've been eating animal foods. I said, you know about the Inuit and the Maasai and all that. People have been eating like that. I said, that's not the problem. It's all the refined oils and sugars that we put in their diet. Anything that comes out of a factory that's been killing us up until now. She said, yeah, you're probably right. I mean, go back. I mean, we didn't have a lot of the health problems. Your grandmother, she said, yeah, that's true. I said, so why would the foods that people ate back then be the problem and not the modern foods that we've only been eating for a blink in the time of history? And, people that have open-minded realize, yeah, that makes sense. It's, so she actually came back at the end of a shift and actually thanked me for the knowledge that I imparted to her, so she was a really nice nurse. Where the other doctor guy didn't want to know, and just basically like, I see nothing, I hear nothing, again because they basically believe what they're told by the official, and I go, well, if you work in a corporate environment, you know very quickly that there are always going to be different opinions and all that. And then there's going to be the party line. Doesn't necessarily mean always that it's the correct thing, but it's the one that most people are pushing because there are vested interests behind that, political interests in many cases. So, and I've been there where I've been told, in no uncertain words, we want it this way because basically, or you will remove this from our mapping products because we don't want these groups to be aware of, the extent of that sort of thing because they could be environmental protests or whatever. So remove it. So, yeah. So I know how people get compromised in the corporate environments and government environments and all these sort of things and are forced to, yeah. So that's why I don't blame these people. I blame the people that are setting the rules, and they are politicians and many others that are far more powerful. I don't know whether that's even appropriate, Lukey, whether you're going to get me into trouble. Oh, God. You young people, you're into all this sort of stuff, but, God.
This
God.
is a famous meme template.
As an older person, when I saw this, I nearly blushed. So misfolded proteins, little girl, taurine. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I tell you. Well, you see that this is like, it's such a waste of my time going out on a Saturday night when I can be.
You know what's going to happen? I'm going to get the feminist lobby basically coming after me soon. So just letting you know, that's what's going to happen. Still funny in a sort of yes, isn't it, Sarah? In a sort of a maybe I've got a warped sense of humor. I see a lot of things funny. I used to even, my sister used to fall over and I go, ha ha ha. She said, that's not funny. Oh, it's funny to me. So, yes. Well, I make certain remarks to Hello Kitty, and she sort of gives me a bit of a push, or a bit of a, you can't say that. Well, really, I just did. Let me just repeat myself. So yes. Anyway, she knows I'm an old scurrilous old man. I'm a bad man, bad old man. misbehaving, or progressing towards a delinquent granddad.
That's exactly.
I think as you get older, you can get away with more things than young, because they just say, "Oh, it's just old." So, as I said, I'm progressing towards becoming a delinquent granddad.
Yes, from two-headed uncle to delinquent granddad.
Exactly. So, as I say, somebody has to do it. Simply, human says, "Thank you, Harry. You still have trouble understanding how humans survive through ages with periods of famine without electrolyte issues and hypoinsulinemia." But hey, maybe they did have hypoinsulinemia. They also consumed less water. They hydrated with fat when they were actually, that's the purpose of fat. Fat's there for energy and water. It's basically, what do you think the hump of a camel is? Water and energy. It's a deuterium depleting machine, but it's low deuterium. They have the advantage of basically being able to deterionate their water, their fat stores, and so they tend to have much lower levels of deuterium. So that's their advantage, where our deuterium stores, our deuterium levels within our fat stores are slightly higher. So that's why they get better metabolic water than we do, and they age much more gracefully and slower, and they don't really show their age, camels. Yes, youthful until they drop dead when they run out of cell division. That's why you can't tell. That's why Arabs say never take a camel. If you're going to go alone in the desert, take a horse, because at least you know that you can see it at age. You can say, well, I need to replace this horse because it's not going to make it next time. With a camel, you can be deceived. Yes, those deuterium depleting machines that they are. So and when you understand the Krebs cycle and all these sort of things, a reverse Krebs cycle and all these things, how it all works, you realize quite quickly, animal fats that are low in deuterium are the thing that's going to give you the longer life and healthier life span. That's where the magic lies, in animal fats. So, and these people did not consume water like we do today. So they're not flushing out their electrolytes. They have upregulated their antidiuretic hormones. And when you upregulate your antidiuretic hormones because you're not drinking water, what you do is you recover minerals much better. So no, they do not go into hyperinsulinemia or any of this sort of stuff, because basically, they do. Their insulin goes down. Obviously, their insulin to glucagon ratio is low. So if you want to call it hyperinsulinemia, yes, but they don't have electrolyte issues. It's not the hyperinsulinemia. It's the inability to hold on to electrolytes. And that's because when you're in a fasted state, if you're drinking water, you've got low insulin to hold on, and the excess water, there is a certain level of ions per liter of water. When the water amount increases, so if you basically have too many ions or too much water, one or the other, then the body needs to dump to get homeostasis. So the problem is we're drinking too much water in the modern world. A lot of the keto people encourage people to drink water and electrolytes. Are they also selling and getting promotional codes for electrolytes as well? Oh no, not at all. It's crazy. Yeah. Drink more deuterium-filled water. Get more electrolytes from us. Here's your promo code. Yeah, basically. Good business model, but not good for people. Basically, what you need to do is, like me, I don't drink a lot of water. I have the occasional coffee with lower deuterium water, and pretty much minimize the amount of intake of water. As a consequence, I've upregulated my antidiuretic hormones, and I can sit here talking for hours in many cases without going for a pee, because I have very little urination throughout the whole day. And that's the same thing that you notice with tribal people. It's not normal to urinate constantly, so, and it's not insulin that's the issue. It's basically the inability to upregulate antidiuretic hormones due to too many electrolytes and too much water coming in, and then not enough taurine to regulate the fluid homeostasis and ionic homeostasis in the intra and extracellular fluids. That's the magic. And taurine within the actual kidneys, in the nephrons, is where basically the magic is happening to basically determine what needs to be recycled back in and what needs to be excreted in order to achieve homeostatic regulation. That's where the magic is happening. So, yeah. Look, insulin is not the issue. Your insulin to glucagon will go down when you're in a faster state to 0.8. So you're producing from the pancreas more glucagon for gluconeogenesis, because you need more, for your red blood cells, your brain, stuff like that. But on the other hand, the problem is when you're in a catabolic state for a very long time, but also when you're basically overhydrating, and people overhydrate with too much water. It's sort of it's become a cultural thing. It's really, 8 glasses of water or whatever, it's so ingrained.
Yeah, and the idea that you should have clear urine.
Yeah, exactly. That's nonsense. No animal in nature has clear urine. It's yellowy, and quite yellowy. I'm actually concerned when my urine, I go, like, if I don't drink any water, my urine goes like not a deep yellow, but a light, but a more yellow. It's sort of more yellowy. Not as yellow as some of the actual animals out there. So I'm still basically producing probably a bit more metabolic water. It's diluting it slightly, or also creating less waste products because I'm not eating plant compounds. So I'm creating less waste products as well. which is the other thing, the other side of things, why it's less, yellowy, more waste products, more yellowy. But at the same time, when I actually drink, like I have 2 or 3 coffees a day, and that's my only, and I'll have a glass of water to drink my taurine down, my, and stuff like that, my MSM and whatever, and choline if I haven't eaten eggs for that day or don't plan to eat eggs because of my genetic issue. So then I probably have anywhere between 3 to 4 glasses of water, and I think that's excessive as well. I believe that that's excessive as well, because not tribal people don't consume that amount because they don't drink coffee, and then my urine goes a bit light or even sometimes even white, and I'm going, I've overhydrated. I realize that. So I'll put extra salt into my meat or whatever, because I've known I've overhydrated, but I won't get any of the effects because of the taurine regulating a lot of this sort of stuff. So it's much easier just to put in extra salt and then allow the body to basically at the kidney level to recycle potassium, magnesium, and many other, and then basically say, okay, the excess calcium, the excess sodium, we'll just dump it. And it does that because you're in a much lower insulin state. You can just dump it much easier, more efficiently. And then, and then you've got that osmoregulation that's actually happening. But I notice if I cut coffee out completely cut coffee, my urine goes becomes yellower. Not as deep yellow like you get with the animals, but way yellower. So it's got a bit of a yellower form. So that means I've taken in less. Where the majority of people are just running pretty much white fluid out. It's water. They're running water out of their system, out of their kidneys. So even myself, I'll criticize even myself. I'm not, doing it appropriately, you could say, in that regard. I say it and I comment it, and but I do like my coffee. But I have to be honest, when I'm talking to people, well, I'm not perfect either. So just that doesn't invalidate the science, doesn't invalidate the role of taurine or anything like that, just because I don't do it the proper way, because I basically overhydrate. And most people would say 3 to 4 glasses a day, you consider that overhydration? I do. Because you should hydrate primarily, should only hydrate with your animal fat. That's your main hydration. So.
And you can see that.
Remember, meat has water in it. Has a lot of water. Most animal foods have a lot of water in them, and it's lower deuterium, that water.
Exactly.
So you get plenty of water from food. If you eat enough meat and all that, you'll get plenty of hydration. You don't need extra. We are excessively hydrating ourselves. So that's the reality.
And it's ridiculous, and it's not even fixing anything. I can say, because I remember like past summers before I was carnivorous, I would just guzzle down water like mad, and it wouldn't fix anything. I was still feeling bad, just feeling low energy.
Yep. And dehydrated as well.
Yep. Dehydrated.
In my carb days, I used to feel dehydrated all the time. I couldn't get enough water to quench my thirst.
Yes. Now I can actually enjoy a summer holiday without feeling like I'm drying up every second.
Exactly. And remember, I go for long walks. I am out in the sun and all that. And you would think, Harry, aren't you sweating more and all that? And I deliberately do that in a fasted state. That's deliberate. Why do you think I start at about 11 o'clock doing anything, drinking anything, or consuming anything? Because I'm doing it in the morning, all this sort of stuff. And so my body's going, we don't have energy, so we're going to basically push out, hormone-sensitive lipase goes high, we're going to push out all his fat, and we're going to basically produce new metabolic water, and we're going to hydrate Harry, and we're going to provide him with energy. And that's what's happening. And I feel like really energized. It's actually, the funny thing is when I get down, like in Salamanca on the Saturday, when I have my first coffee, even though it's got no carbs or anything like that, just that lifting of insulin slightly will cut that, that really strong energy sort of state. I feel it. And usually in the past, it's, oh, yeah, it's just I'm tired. I've just walked so much. No, when I haven't had the coffee, like I've gone around talking to the other guys and all that, I'm still energized. And I know that it's the moment that I have the coffee that I'm taking something in, because it's got a bit of carb in the actual milk part. It's got fat, but it's also got that. It's got a bit of protein. Immediately, the insulin to glucagon is going to shift a bit, and that will actually reduce the amount of, that, not only that extra energy, but also the extra hydration. And so immediately you notice a slight difference. It's very subtle. And for a long time, I just didn't notice it, but now I notice it. And in a sense, I wish I didn't, because sometimes when you notice things and you go, they sort of, so ignore what I've said, guys, don't notice it, you'll feel much better, because once you do notice it, you go, I do notice a difference. So, yeah. So sometimes experiments can backfire on you subconsciously, or, in your psychology, the way you actually view or feel about things. So there's a bit of a downside of having too much information sometimes about how you feel and how you feel about things and all that. You can probably end up a hypochondriac if you're not careful. Following folks like Ken Berry, Paul Mason, Eric Westman, Steen Ekberg, Ivor Cummings, and many more, almost 5 years, and have not heard of too much ketosis causing hyperinsulinemia, electrolyte issues, and all that. Look, hyperinsulinemia is just another one of those made up words. It's bullshit. It's just basically your insulin to glucagon, your insulin levels are much lower than glucagon. And that's normal. That's a normal physiological thing. It's not a disease. It's a normal thing. It's basically you're in a fasted state, your insulin is lower, your glucagon is higher, you're actually using more fats and stuff like that. That doesn't cause this issue, electrolyte issue. If people are claiming that hyperinsulinemia causes electrolyte issues, they need their head examined. There is no mechanisms out there that I've ever seen whatsoever. And I think if you were to say this to Bart, he would agree with me completely that this is just another made-up buzzword, like, all the other buzzwords about all these so-called made-up diseases, where really it's a derangement of homeostasis in the body of one sort or another. Electrolytes are derangement. You're not regulating electrolytes properly. And it's usually not eating enough meat means you're not getting enough taurine. You're not able then to regulate these, or you're overhydrating. Those two elements, not enough meat to get enough taurine, and overhydration are going to cause these issues. And you can throw in as many electrolytes as you like. It's not going to fix the problem. It's what everybody in a standard diet does. They drink too much water. They're encouraged. They eat too many carbs. They don't get good levels of hydration. And they're constantly out there promoting electrolytes as fixing their problems, their cramps, and whatever else. But had they not overhydrated and eaten enough meat, they would have got enough taurine. They would have managed these things within a homeostatic range, and they wouldn't have any of these issues. They'd feel great. So, yeah, I mean, it's crazy.
You're probably tired of hearing me mention magnesium, but I just find it so funny because there's this like cult following of magnesium on like the health space. Like you have everyone is like, it's the vegans, the vegetarians, even the carnivores, everyone's like, oh no, you must supplement the magnesium. There's no more magnesium in the soil. Oh no.
God. They don't realize that if you've got proper regulation of your antidiuretic hormones, or upregulated, you've got proper regulation, you can actually recycle magnesium.
Yep.
And we get more than enough magnesium in a carnivore diet to basically, remember, these all levels of are based on the sort of recommended levels
Exactly.
are all related to somebody on a carbohydrate diet. On a carbohydrate diet, you do use far more magnesium for a lot of the actual glycolytic pathways. It's like, even when it comes to thiamine, the two major enzymatic pathways are pretty much thiamine dependent. And so if you're on a carbohydrate rich diet, it doubles. If you're basically just on oxidizing fat, or in the worst case, protein, if you're starving in a starve, you'll only use one of the pathways. So your thiamine requirements go down to half the RDI. So we get more than enough of all these nutrients in that regard. So that's one factor that people need to remind themselves. And the other factor is that when it comes to the, it's like potassium. You excrete 192 milligrams, and you get in a steak, 2100. You actually don't actually uptake as much potassium in the enteric system. That means the gut wall doesn't actually uptake. Most of that actually ends up in the toilet, in the poop.
Exactly.
You don't actually take it all up. This is, or gets urinated out. One of the two, because it's too much. And high potassium can be dangerous for the heart anyway.
Yep.
So the body will actually achieve homeostasis to a certain level. And then, the key thing is, when you eat enough meat, you eat enough taurine, and taurine is the one that regulates and maintains this sort of ionic balance between the inter and extracellular fluids. That means it maintains a gradient within inside the cell of higher magnesium, potassium, and outside the cell in the bloodstream of higher calcium and sodium, which is identical to, which is very similar to ocean water, which has got higher calcium and higher sodium. And the reason we know that is because we've tested it. We know, and it's the reason that when calcium combines with carbon dioxide, actually creates great shells for these animals in the oceans, the crustaceans. So that's their little secret, using those two substances to create very strong shells. It's what in the past sucked out most of the carbon dioxide from the Cambrian explosion of over 7,000 parts per million, right down to the levels of, we saved the planet by actually pumping out more carbon dioxide. We prevented the plants from dying on the planet, from going below. We got down to 180 parts per million, and then we started moving into the industrial revolution stage and all that. We started pumping out carbon dioxide. We prevented we were heading below 150, and that's happened before on the planet Earth. It's called snowball Earth, where the whole planet goes into, all the plants die, nothing, it's a desolate place. We definitely don't want to do that again, and we save the planet by putting back that carbon. It's food for plants, and we're all carbon life, and so we need carbon. So let's not fear carbon. And we've had far more in the past, and life didn't die, but it blossomed. So it's just nonsense. But in the future, people look back at this era, they say, people are crazy. They believed in sort of made up models, in, artificial made up models where you can't actually measure. You've got greenhouse gases that are not being measured properly, like water vapor, which is far more potent. You've got gas exchanges between the oceans of carbon dioxide when the ocean water is warmer because of more solar radiation. You actually get more gassing, and when it's colder, you get more absorption into the oceans. That's the natural cycle, well known by physicists. So they're talking about this minuscule percentage of a couple of parts per million within that exchange, and that's the problem. It's just ridiculous. It is a ridiculous sort of hypothesis. Future generations will just look back and just shake their heads. Now, does that mean I want people out there to basically burn as much carbon and release it in the atmosphere? Not necessarily. Why? Simply, I think we should be conserving these resources and using them over time so we can extend them over thousands of years. So my sort of is not for environmental reasons, but for the long-term survival of humanity, that we basically provide enough, maybe we were able through some of the limestone and stuff like that, where that also absorbs a lot of carbon. That's why, when we create cement industry has more, they release more carbon. And so maybe in the future we'll be burning cement in order to release more carbon as well. So we'll be doing a lot of things because plants die at 150 parts per million. We're actually in a famine. In terms of plant, we're actually in a famine at the moment. It's ridiculous, but we are, so it's crazy. If you want to grow your plant, we actually, when we exhale out, we produce 44,000 parts per million. So if you talk to a plant, people think, oh, the plant basically grows better. Oh, it's actually taking on all that food that you just blew out of your mouth as you're talking to it. 44,000 parts per million. Yes, those plants. So if you've got plants in the home, talk to them. They will grow much faster because of the CO2 that you're emitting in their close proximity. They'll suck it up and they'll love you for it, and they'll give, so yeah, I know everybody's going to go crazy talking to their plants at home. Can you please make videos and actually upload them so we can, a few of the rest of us can get a few laughs out of it? Strict time. How are you, mate? Hi there. Here from Bart's channel. Know nothing about taurine, but I'm in the right place to learn, it seems. Yes, you are. Look, there's plenty of videos. Just go through my videos and, knock yourself out. That means I'll also get some, improvements in my people getting to know me, because more viewership, more likes, and more comments on my videos means, and be free to ask questions. I do go back. Currently, I've the last week I've just answered here there haphazardly whatever I've noticed. But normally I'm pretty diligent, as most people know, in answering everybody's questions quite fast within the same day sometimes when I've done a video, as Lukey knows and all that. But currently, with all the other things happening in my life due to other people in my life, I've been a bit off that mark currently, but we'll be back on that horse soon as things start to normalize back in the life of other people in my life, so to speak. Yes, I wish they just was listen to a few things that I do recommend for them, but I usually get. It's like, I think you're always going to have family never listen. Yeah, always a bit like that. Yes. Yes, I do, Richard. Thanks, Richard. Oh, Jono, how are you, mate? Have you heard of Tucker Goodrich? Yes, I have. I do know him lately. He's gone the Ray Pete route. Yeah, I thought he would. Yeah. It's all about with the PUFA. Remember I was saying about the PUFA that, eventually this guy may go the other way to the dark side. So he was generalizing, because we only talk, animal PUFA is not a problem. It's only the seed oils and all that. And he's right about that. But, the Ray Pete's are basically on everything. And so he's basically gone over. He said he now drinks gallons of Mexican Coca-Cola. Seed oils is the only problem in his book. Yeah. Look, seed oils is the worst thing. It's very high in deuterium, another thing that he is completely ignorant about. That's really the problem. If you take, for instance, let's say a plant fat. So all the actual seeds out there, and all the actual plants, like nuts and stuff like that. Now, they have a lot of anti-nutrients, a lot of protease inhibitors when it comes to protein. They are not very good for the body. Okay. But a lot of these plant fats, are actually also low in deuterium. I'll say that again. A number of these plant fats are low in deuterium. Even coconut is low in deuterium. Palm oil, low in deuterium, and most of the other olive oil, it's about 130. It's not the lowest, but generally speaking, they're not, like super high. It's the actual industrial process that actually increases the deuterium. It doubles it nearly. That's the problem. That's why when people did consume some of these plant oils in the past, when they were extra virgin olive or extra, extracted in a, what do they call it? It's the cold pressing. It's, where they had that, or the wheel, the wheel extractor.
Yep.
We need to make a wheel extractor. Oil.
It was made of stone, even.
Yeah, it was a stone. It was the. I'll actually put it up here. Most people probably have never seen. This is how traditionally people did this extraction. It's just, I think, people need to see this. They haven't seen it. This is basically, these are the sort of things that they used to have. Like this is a wheel where they have like a lever on top and they just turn it around like that. So that's argan oil. This is a traditional argan oil, which is North African, like in Morocco, places like that. That's the old olive oil stones. So that's the sort of actually on where my sister is on the where she was on the island of Milos. They actually had this old. Now it's in the old days it was donkey that used to drag it around, but now they basically use a mechanical, a motor, which is a run on diesel, a diesel motor, a diesel generator that basically does it. But it's the same sort of principle. These are the sort of things that we used in the past. These things, or these are the sort of those traditional grinding stones. And if you go back, this is in ancient times, you can see these old grinding stones and all that they used. So that's how the old methods were that were used. So there's another one, how they would have had the animal and there's sort of pressing on it, and then it's coming out of here, the outlet, and there's a collection jar that would be placed there. So this is how they used to do it. And it was, it was done, so back then, the whole method of extraction, getting coffee on my, finish that off. It's gone cold at the moment. But that's how people used to do it back then. That was how it was done. So people need to realize that it's definitely not like the modern ways. So those oils back then, the way they were extracted. Now, obviously, if you combine sugar and fat, even from oils that are extracted without, so these oils are not going to have all these chemicals in. They're not going to have the high level of primary and secondary oxidative products. They're not going to have the high levels of aldehydes, and they're not going to have the high levels of deuterium. And usually people would extract and use in many cases. It wouldn't, so, and it was small amounts that they were using anyway, which was another thing. So the level of oxidation, it was tolerable in a sense. But, nowadays the whole process is completely different. And so I'm getting tangled. Oops. So on that issue of the seed oils, he's right about modern seed oils, but ancient seed oils, no, he'd be wrong. They would still be low in deuterium, and they would still have less primary and secondary and oxidative products and aldehydes compared to today's stuff. So there is a big, vast difference. And it's the reason why, somebody that actually just, eats nuts or stuff like that gets some of these seed fats or whatever, like macadamia nuts or whatever else. These people are not going to have like high inflammation or high, problems or stuff like that. But if you extract that with the modern methods and then you put it in a bottle in an industrial system, then you've altered it so radically in terms of aldehydes, primary, secondary oxidative products, that it's no longer the original what it was in that regard. Obviously, animal foods are going to be, and most people used animal fats in the past anyway, are going to be far more stable. And most oils were used for lighting, candles, and lighting within the home, lanterns and stuff like that. That's where they were used primarily. The olive oil trade even in antiquity was primarily used for that, not for food. And it was only after the Second World War in Greece where they started using olive oil, because most of the animals had been stolen by the Germans as they were retreating out of Greece. They and the Italians, a lot of them were stolen out because basically they literally raped and pillaged the country. That's the reality. That's what happens in warfare. So when the Americans were trying to reestablish the production line, they said, well, you've got a whole lot of olive trees here. We'll start using the oil for food rather than for, lighting lanterns and, for religious ceremonies and whatever else and other purposes. And that's when there was a big push for electrification, like dams were built on the West Coast where I come from, and many other things to provide electrification and lighting in a more modern way rather than these old lanterns and stuff like that. And so that's how we shifted away from animal fats over time, because it was convenient, easier. You go, you buy the bottle, you're in the city. And there was also a lot of people pushed out of the villages as well, because there was civil war, and the British policy was depopulate a lot of the villages. And when people leave villages, many of times they don't go back because they've moved into the cities, their life's completely changed, and now they're city slickers. And Greece has got, due to that civil war, has ended up with a much smaller agricultural population and a much larger urban population. So that's a consequence of that civil war between 1946 and for 3 years in 1949. So yeah, changed the dynamics of how things work there. But what I was saying is, he sort of tends to sort of blanket say a statement like it's all seed oils, and it comes back. He views it from the PUFA angle as well. And that's also you'll find in the paleo community, because Tucker, he was influenced by the paleo community. So he's sort of gone back to a more high carb paleo type approach. So because Ray Peat was sort of, some of his followers, I'm not sure about Ray himself, were ex sort of paleo people who were on mixed diets. And Ray Peat's diet is very much a mixed diet. It's, animal foods that are high in saturated fats, which has got this reverse electron transport, plus a lot of tubers and stuff like that. And that's very much what the paleo movement was in the early days to some extent. Had tubers and animal foods. and some other things. So it was a bit more like the zone diet back then. So So I wasn't surprised, having looked at some of Tucker's sort of stuff recently, that he was shifting in that direction. I did fear that he was going to become Ray Pete, as well, go down the Ray Pete pathway. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. This is the problem when people have a narrow perspective, a reductionist view of the world. They become very susceptible to reductionist thinking that sort of falls within their thinking process, and that's why me and Bart thought he would go that way, that a few others would go down that pathway, because they had very much that sort of reductionist thinking. The person who surprised us the most was Salad Boy, Saladino. He surprised us the most, because if you look at his earlier works and earlier videos, and even his book, he cites a whole lot of things, but he seemed to basically not be thinking in those terms. And then all of a sudden, he's done a complete backflip on a whole lot of things that he was saying, and changed direction. So he was the one that definitely caught us by surprise, out of everyone else. But many of the others, I've sort of looked at a number of these, like, Chris Master John and all these sort of things. They all had some underlying Rapetism sort of thinking, in terms of reductionist thinking. So I always thought that these sort of people are always susceptible to that sort of thinking, that they would go from the sort of low carb community across to the low fat community nearly, or somewhere in between in this sort of repeat world. So I'm not surprised that would happen. But yeah, it's disappointing, but what can you do? It's just he's into Coca-Cola as well. Oh God, it's crazy. Oh yeah, it's got sugar. It's got sugar. It doesn't have PUFA in it. It doesn't have PUFA. It's got sugar, and PUFA's worse. Oh God. Yes, in some regards. PUFA, modern day PUFA coming from vegetable oils, industrial vegetable oils, yes, due to the deuterium and the damaging aldehydes and the damaging primary and secondary oxidative products, but not because of the fat itself. It's more due to these other things. And also the higher level of plant PUFA, when you extract it, it becomes more vulnerable to oxidation and damage. Yeah, that's a reality. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me. It's funny. Oh well, docs need to know things as possible. Yeah, need to track these things, and some docs are more useful than others. Yep, exactly. Yeah. Look, it's just the way it is, the medical system. And a lot of them basically just follow the line because it's simple, it's easier. It doesn't get you into trouble. So just ask Bart. In academia, he had the same thing, and when he started asking those awkward questions, and I thought that's the whole purpose of science, to ask awkward questions to advance science. But unfortunately, in the modern world, it seems like no, you have to follow ideology set down in stone. It sounds more like a religion than basically science. But anyway, that's where we're at the moment, in this fallen realm where we've turned the science of this fallen realm into basically a new religion, and we've rejected our old religions. Yes. So that's where we are. Yes, anti-science is demonic. So, as to avoid electrolyte issues with apparent ketosis induced, yes, we've covered that before. I think I've covered that quite well. I think on that front, because it's a non-existing disease. It's called fasting. A lower insulin to glucagon state. So yes, Scotty, we won't take your Carnivore card, but you have some Randall Cycle points to spend. Yeah, that's true. Do I get a Randall Cycle? Do I get a Philip badge? No, no. God, you guys are hard. No generosity whatsoever. I don't even get a Philip Randall badge. Memorabilia. You've been bad. I know Richard will make me something and send it to me.
You can bet.
G'day, I Nature. I'm young lad, 21. Started to take 10 to 15 of taurine for a month to alleviate my gut dysbiosis. Do I need to continue using taurine? Not really. Not really. Look, when you get old, as a biohack, yes, I would use it. But if you're young, definitely not. If your body starts working properly, I would then taper off, lower, and then get back to just having food and doing that. And if you want to basically, for protein synthesis, like if you want to, jack up a bit, become more muscular, I'd basically combine a bit of taurine and a bit of leucine. So I'd do fasted exercise, lift weights and stuff like that. And then I would spike that food with a couple of grams of taurine, a couple of grams of, like 6 grams of leucine to get more protein synthesis to sort of become more muscular. So, because the muscles you build now, you'll be happy in the future, because it's much harder when you get over 50. And so, you'll be protected against sarcopenia and osteoporosis and things like that. The muscles and bones you build now, because the muscle skeletal stuff, even taurine and leucine play a big role in how well your bones, and taurine actually plays another role in actually regulating the processes of the osteoclasts and osteoblasts being the building of bones. Osteoclasts are breaking them down, but sort of part of the regulatory sort of turnover, it actually plays a role there as well. It's not well understood. Unfortunately, we don't have enough experimental. We know it's happening, but we're still a bit in the dark about how it's influencing. It's sort of regulating it, but we don't know exactly, we've got some mechanistic studies and we think, but, we really don't know at this stage. So hopefully there'll be a bit more research in the future. We'll understand bone mineral density and stuff like that. We know with taurine it does go up, but we don't fully understand how. So, yeah, still one of those things out there. But yeah, it can still be used as a biohack, I think, even at a younger age, to sort of jack up and all that. Maintaining immunosenescence protection is also another thing, because we live in a world now that we don't know whether it was lab made. I'll leave that for people to ponder what they think. I've sort of shifted towards that angle, that it was accidental, not deliberate, but still, it just has some features which it seems to basically, now it could have happened naturally, potentially, we don't know, but it seems to have far more of an immunosenescent or immune damaging effect compared to SARS-1. So, obviously it's not as bad as Ebola, that actually causes massive immunosenescence. That means that it ages your immune system so rapidly, you get all these cytokine storms and you bleed out and you go into a inflammation beyond the joke. It's just full on. Where COVID basically does cause some immunosenescence, some damage to the immune system, but it's much, it's a milder, but it's still there, it's happening. So, and we know that taurine does mitigate against immunosenescence, and at the moment, we are living in a world where we're exposed to some of these sort of things because we're living in urban environments. So we're in the winter period. I would still recommend people take some just for that protective thing. Then also the other side, unless you're eating a lot of meat, again, because of the way we actually store meat and stuff, we hang it up and all that, we lose a lot. So, I leave that to people to say, well, are my antidiuretic hormones upregulated, and is my fluid electrolyte being properly managed where I don't need to take it? If it's not happening that way, well, maybe I need to take a bit for a while until it gets sorted out. So there's always going to be a bit of an end of one experimentation to play around and all that. But at this stage, you're going through a couple of months, so you'll be doing this for a couple of months, like, 3 months minimum, with your B vitamins as well, with your, we're either doing vitamin D to support those beneficial bugs that need some of the vitamin D, or you're supplementing, depending. I don't know exactly where you're at on the planet in terms of. You may have told me in the past. My brain at the moment isn't working on all 4 cylinders, as you can understand, because it's on somebody else at the moment. But so obviously, if you're feeding the bugs enough, they should grow with the B vitamins and the vitamin D over those 3 months. Plus, you're basically regulating through inflammasome your gut and stomach and all that, and that should sort of normalize after 3 months. Things should get back to the proper functioning. If you basically, because I remember Necro Kitty, she basically had diarrhea for 2 years, and then once she did the protocol, she basically fixed everything. But when she consumed a bit of dairy, she'd get constipation, really bad constipation, because she had lost certain bacterial strains, like a lot of the lactobacillus and some of the bifidobacteria ones and all that. And so when she put those in, it fixed that side and shifted her back. She also did the Metaflor, remember, the one that also fixes constipation, the one that it also suppresses some of these bugs that are involved in constipation, but also are like the German World War I veteran that basically didn't die. So basically he survived in the trenches and had this specific strain that protected him against dysentery, so, and a couple of other bugs that we know now that it actually protects against, that are pathogenic, that can be involved, that can cause a lot of issues in the gut, and in certain parts of the world are more prevalent in the water supply. So this Metaflor tends to really go after them and really suppress them. It also basically it's actually a beneficial E. coli. So it's so normally some of the nasty E. coli. So as I said, E. coli is not a bad thing. It depends which strain it is, and whether it's doing a benefit, it's neutral, or doing something, So that played a bit of a role. She did those sort of things and sorted things out. So sometimes, glyphosate, antibiotics, a lot of us have wrecked our guts in many different ways. I did the same thing. I was because I had touch asthma as a youngster. They had me on antibiotics all the time. And then through my youth and later on, as I got old, I was still on an inappropriate diet. Whenever I got a cold, I was on another antibiotic or whatever. And so I was constantly, just deranging my gut microbiome for years and years. I'm going to have all these sort of, this was in my sad days. I'd have, all sorts of symptoms and diarrhea and constipation and all sorts of other effects back in the old days. But it's all these derangements that I caused myself. So it took me some time to work all this stuff out as well, trial and error, let's put it that way, for a number of years. Even in my early paleo days, I tried things and they just weren't working. I tried asking people and they had no idea. And, and then it really, because when I found out the anti-fibrotic effect of taurine, I started taking taurine for specifically the anti-fibrotic effect, so I could get rid of all the fibrosis out of my lungs and my heart. And I've cleared out my heart. That's why I got discharged by the cardiologist recently. And all of a sudden, my gut got better. My mood got better. I felt calmer, less anxious. All these things started changing, and I'm going, okay, I'm getting multiple benefits. And then I went back to, like, I took everything out and I just went back to my original thing. And some of these sort of symptoms started coming back, and I'm going, okay, so let me start adding some of these things back. Let me start adding, I said, I'm not going to do any of the probiotics for the time being. I'm just going to add other things back. So I sort of added some of the electrolyte supplements, didn't do anything. Then I upped my magnesium more, didn't do anything. I go, okay, that doesn't work. And then I went, because I'd stopped my taurine for a month, and then I went back to the taurine, and it, all these, nothing else, just the taurine. I go, okay, this is bloody doing something. So that's when I started looking into the literature about taurine, and then it was like my brain exploded, and I go, bloody hell, it does so many things. It's just one countless thing after another, and I'm going, why isn't anybody talking about this? And then you go back and you look at the myths, the taurine and the bull thing myths, and the taurine is associated with a bull and associated with, the strength of the bull and a strength. In the old days, they used to try, even though it's a sulfonic acid, it's not, it's not a norm, like an amino. So they used to call it L-taurine, just to, in the old bodybuilding sort of stuff and all that, rather than calling it taurine, because that's all it is. And I go, okay, there's a lot of mythology about this. And I was just shocked at the amount of myths and legends around taurine. So the more I looked into it, I realized that it affects everything, And then once I realized that taut transporters are everywhere throughout the body, then I realized that, God, this is really old. And then obviously, looking into some of the ancient sort of roots of, in that regard, that made the big difference. It sort of transformed my thinking, completely. So, yeah, so I started this is the thing that happens in science. You do something expecting something different, you find something completely unexpected. And that is exactly what happened with me. I tried something different and I found something unexpected, something that is beneficial. And I've noticed it is getting around, because a lot of you guys are going around to different sites talking about taurine. And I notice a lot of people that never talked about taurine are starting to talk, and even some websites have emerged that you Google now and they appear, and you go, okay, this didn't exist before. So people are picking up on it, which is good. It's getting around. People are realizing that this important nutrient in animal foods has got all these benefits, and that we need to be promoting. And for me, it's basically, it's my banner for animal-based nutrition. It basically says, well, this is so critically important, and you can only get it from animal foods. So your whole argument that it's not good, that animal foods aren't good, is just, nonsense. It's completely and utterly nonsense. And it's why doctors and nutritionists are not taught about taurine. None of them know about it. You talk to them, they look at you funny, what the hell's that? Obviously, they have no idea. That's why, what the hell's that? Thanks, Richard. The Aussie exchange rate and YouTube cuts. He really thinks he's through, doesn't he? Checks the daily exchange rate, all that sort of stuff. Thanks, mate. Yeah, it's a sort of a bizarre world we live in the way these things are looked at. Yeah, but I'm sort of glad that I sort of looked into, that I went beyond, I just sort of said, okay, it's good for my heart, but yeah, I feel a bit better and all that. Maybe it's just my heart's improving. I could have thought in a reductionist way, because a lot of people do. They go, oh well, my heart's getting better, so it must mean I'm getting better energy. I'm getting all these sort of things, and all that's related to improving the heart function, and that's a reductionist view. And most people would just stick to that. But I said, nah, something else is happening here. This is, there's something else happening here. It's just, I said fibrosis, yes, reduction, but that's not going to make it change my mood or change the way my stomach feels or gut feels or whatever. This is having other effects. And then, looking into more deeper, yeah, realizing gallbladder, gallstones, the islet cells in your pancreas. Good for people with diabetes and diabetes 1 in an early young age. If they get enough, they may prevent them becoming diabetes 1 victims, especially if you supplement the mother. So even if she's on a bad diet, if the kid's getting enough taurine, it's protecting the islet cells from her excess sugar consumption while she's pregnant. So these things can mitigate, because it also lowers blood sugar levels. It acts like metformin in a sense, so without the side effects. Yeah, because it causes deficiencies and and all sorts, B1, B3, and a whole lot of other deficiencies in the body. So metformin isn't a good option. More about the salt. Very fin for the commercial ice cream. I like Golden North. Yeah, you got to check. You got to check to see whether there's any seed oils in it. That's the first thing that I do. If I grab something, I check. If I'm gonna, even if I'm cheating, I'm not going to cheat. There are options. you don't have to go all the, damage yourself some, to the nth degree.
Speaking of ice cream, I don't know if he's still watching us, but if you're there, Spencer, you remember Spencer, Harry?
Yeah, exactly.
So I recently found in another comment section, a girl was talking about her experiences with the carnivore diet, and he was there saying that, oh, it may not work long term. You may need to look into the rape it diet. I'm like, Spencer, why are you doing this? I haven't seen him in a while, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, he's gone down that way as well. Yeah, reductionist thinking, unfortunately. A lot of them, yeah,
because he used to give us a hard time because he was saying things like, oh, you guys are constantly craving sweet foods, or I was talking about sweet foods.
Yeah,
Jesus,
now he's
man.
basically guzzling it down.
Yeah,
I know, and he ignores the deuterium side of things, which basically is very damaging to the mitochondria. He will pay for that in the long run. He's younger, but he will pay for it in the long run. He's back to a standard diet without seed oils. That's really what it is. It's a standard diet without seed oils.
Without seed oils,
just call it what it is. It's a Randall cycle inducing low it still causes some level of inflammation, but at the time he's young, he does exercise, which mitigates some of the actual blood sugar levels, but it will catch up to him like it will catch up to Saladino and many others. Once he gets you can't actually maintain that sort of physical activity, and a lot of these things, they pay for it in the long run.
Yep.
Tim Noakes paid for it as well. Yeah. Simply Human. Just remember, as I said earlier, hyperinsulinemia is not a disease. It's basically when your insulin to glucagon is much lower, and that's in a fasted state. So, and even in a fasted state, you don't get electrolyte issues as long as you've upregulated antidiuretic hormones and not guzzling down water. So I can do 3.5 days. I did 3.5 days dry fast, and I was fully energized. But I don't recommend dry fast to anyone unless they've actually upregulated their antidiuretic hormones and their body is used to basically living off and utilizing, animal fats for hydration. Critical, So if you're producing enough metabolic water, when you shift into a dry fast, it's nothing. It's not an issue. You don't even feel it. You go from a ketotic state into a dry fast. You don't have to fat adapt. You're already fat adapted. It's easy to do. We can regulate everything, even in that sort of low state, as long as you're not pouring down water. That's when you create these homeostasis imbalances or derangements to the homeostasis of ions and fluids in the body. So it's where if you leave it to the body, a whole lot of enzymes that control all these things, and your body's going to have a certain level of taurine stored in it already. So we'll utilize that. But if the stores get low, then obviously you can get into a deranged state. But that takes quite some time. It's not going to just from a couple of days of fasting, even dry fasting. David, what do you think of the idea of using activated charcoal for detox? Your primary detox pathways is your liver, your kidneys, and your lungs. That's pretty much, and gallbladder, which excretes certain things. It depends, Manganese and a number of other ions will be excreted largely by the gallbladder. Some others, like your magnesium, potassium, or sodium, those excess of chloride, calcium, large parts of those can be either not uptaken through the enteric system. They'll just be stopped. They won't take them up because there's too much. The body will regulate that, or they'll be excreted through the kidneys. So the biggest problem that actually people, when they say, I got heavy metal toxicity, is because they've got a bad gallbladder. It's not functioning. So when it comes to copper, excess magnesium, excess manganese, copper, what else? Cadmium, a couple of other ions as well. When you have excess of those, most of those get excreted primarily via the gallbladder. So people that are not getting enough taurine to emulsify, the bile, or enough choline to influence the concentration of cholesterol in those areas, what will happen is you'll get these stone formations and sludge being created because you don't have the nutrients that come in the animal food to regulate these things properly. So that's what's happening. And then if your gallbladder, you're on a veganurized diet for very long and you actually end up things not working properly, what happens is then you can't excrete them. Humans never had heavy metal toxicity or any of these problems until basically we came to the modern diets of, because if you go back, just think of it logically, people back in the 1950s and 60s and all that were exposed to far more metals and far more things in the environment because of the industrial society they were living in. They were working in manufacturing jobs, not in office jobs. How come now office people have got more heavy metal toxicity and more problems compared to people back then. That should tell you something. Those people back then were eating 2/3 animal foods, so they were able to excrete because they had properly functioning gallbladders and kidneys and everything else. Bigger kidneys because they had more protein. Kidneys shrink due to lack of two things. One, control of remodeling, which is taurine. Taurine prevents remodeling. That means things altering, changing. That means the heart changing its shape, the kidneys changing their shape, all that. It actually is protective in that regard, in sort of even the, your cellular turnover and modeling of the actual tissues. Thymus doesn't shrink, so you've got a better immune system into old age, so you don't die from a cytokine storm. Again, because you've got more naive T cells in there. So really, at a fundamental level, you have to regulate your body correctly to be able to protect you properly. All these sort of reductions, let's take this. Look, I've taken an activated charcoal. Yes, it will bind, but it has, if you take excess amounts, it can cause a bit of stomach issues and all that. It can potentially take out other minerals and stuff like that. So you have to take it excluding your main meals, so it has to be outside your main meals and all that, so you can absorb the nutrients. And then stuff that's coming out of the bile, you can actually basically bind it and get rid of it. So it can be useful. I've actually shown you a brand that I used anyway ages ago, but it's not the main thing. I use it for people that have got a lot of excess. They've come out of a veganurized diet. We're still struggling to fix their their gallbladder function. So their natural excretion and detox pathways, their liver's not functioning properly, their gallbladder's not functioning properly. They may have kidney problems. There may be a number of reasons why these people, we need to use some of these interventions to basically improve their detox until other things started kicking in and improving and getting fixed. So that's the way we go in doing these sort of things. So they do have a place, but it's not, we really want to support the body working properly. That's what I'm trying to say. Once you've got the body working properly with the right animal nutrients and all that, then things start working and sorting out themselves. That's why people back 50s, 60s. My father was a Boilermaker welder then, exposed to all sorts of things in that sort of environment as a Boilermaker welder. He never had any problems, until he had a fourth jab. But we'll leave that, Yes, unfortunately, yeah. But that's the sort of the reality. But beyond that, you're saying, Dr. Neil Nathan claims that these binders can be sufficient for some people with mild toxicity to get healthy. I don't know. Maybe. I think good animal nutrition plays a big role. Taurine also can lower mold inside the body, so that's the other thing. But a species-appropriate diet will improve those detox pathways to basically get rid of a lot of this sort of stuff. Also, let's not forget that mold increases certain yeasts type like Candida and other things in the body, and that can be an issue as well for some people. And then again, taurine sort of through inflammasome can regulate and prevent this dysbiosis from happening and suppressing Candida. So there's a lot of these other elements to the story. So it's not, take this and that'll solve all your problems. I think that's very reductionist. That's what I'm trying to say, David.
Yeah, it can be quite dangerous as well, because those binders, they can help, but if you don't take them at specific times, for example, they can bind nutrients.
Precisely.
So, yeah, I heard about a friend of mine on Discord. He told me about this because he did it many times, but he had a specific protocol where he would do magnesium sulfate baths, a while fasted, and he would take some binders. It was like a detox thing. But he was doing it while fasted. He wouldn't eat it close to food.
Precisely. Yeah. That's how I see these sort of protocols. That yes, they can have a certain effect, but ultimately you want your body to work properly to be able to detox because it's capable. If it works properly, it will do all the detoxing that's required. You don't really need to basically do that. And you can save yourself some money as well. Do you want to know everything, HD? What do I lather myself? That's a personal question. What do I lather myself? Next, you'll ask me to basically videotape my bathing sort of rituals. God almighty, that'll scare people. Anyway, I'll have to do, oh yeah, sort of anal cleansing as well. Does that include as well? That will definitely scare them. I actually get a soap which is dairy based, so it's a soap that doesn't have any of these sort of nasty chemicals and stuff like that. It's made with goat's milk, so it's a goat's milk based. I do have one that I tried with. I've tried one with tallow, a couple of others. Sometimes you get the goat's milk one when they have it in stock. This is at a local business down here, which is sort of naturopathic sort of. It's called Gauls. It's in Liverpool Street. They actually also sell this. Traditional soaps used to have ash in them, and ash is really good for the pH of your body, of your skin. Milk also is similar pH to your skin pH. Most people don't know that. That's where basically Cleopatra got that beautiful skinny skin milk. She used to use milk to bathe in milk. Cleopatra. Yes. So pretty much, yeah. So it has similar pH, and so it has beneficial properties in that regard. So that's what I use, something which is closer to skin pH and doesn't have any chemicals, and also has some ash in it. So it actually has some benefits and stuff like that. But sometimes when I can't find that, I get another soap which is also goat milk based. It's another company, slightly cheaper. It just doesn't have the ash, but it doesn't have any nasty stuff in there either compared to some other things. So that's the sort of stuff that I use pretty much. Now, you're in the US or in Europe, HD. I can't remember where you're at exactly. Yeah, you're not in Australia. I don't think you're in Australia. So I know it comes from Ethiopia. So I think, yeah. So basically, and they actually over there they do have a camel's milk one from camel's milk that they make, and camel's fat as well. So that's a pretty good. That's if you can get it from there. So that's the sort of stuff. It's really hard for me to recommend stuff because I buy a lot of things locally, like my beef bacon. It's down to the farmer's market today with Hello Kitty, bought some beef bacon. So so I buy a lot of local stuff, and it's it's not necessarily available in supermarkets or places like that. Basically, you need to do a bit of research in your own sort of place, in your own environment, what you can access online, and look for certain things that are going to be quality stuff. So some people sort of have actually asked me, "Oh, how can I get this or that?" Or like my nice and stuff, and I go, well, it's only in Australia, sorry, but there's one place that actually sells it online, but you have to contact and find if they'll send it to Mexico. So I've had a few people from Mexico that basically were interested, so in that regard, or one person in particular, and the other person I'm not sure whether he was from Mexico or not. South America somewhere, can't remember, not Brazil. But yes, so yeah. So you got to look around and look at the ingredients and stuff like that, and make sure that there's less crappy stuff. Sometimes going to alternative places, they tend to make better products. So so if a store that specializes in naturopathic products and stuff like that, you'll probably find goat derived soaps with ash in it, or maybe not ash, depending on which brand it is. And that will be a much better one for your skin pH. Because that's the other thing. We sort of forget that, the pH of our skin is being assaulted by many things in our environment. It's not like our body inside the internal parts, all that pH is tightly regulated, because otherwise you'd die. So the pH of your blood, your different organs in different parts of your body. But when it comes to the skin pH, it's not as, it's more exposed to all sorts of things, and it can be affected. And when you have the right pH, you will have the right beneficial bacteria growing on your skin, and you'll avoid some of these, like streptococcus and many other things that are very nasty stuff out there that can actually cause a lot of health problems, pathology. That's what actually, when people get sepsis, they get a cut. They get one of these streps, and all that, and that's where all this sepsis comes from. So if you actually have a better pH of your skin, what you're going to do is you're going to lower the threshold of these nasty bacteria, which means you're going to make yourself less you're going to lower your vulnerability to these sort of things to happen. So yeah, I think it's important how you treat your skin in that regard. So yeah, but it's very hard sometimes. I know in some parts of the world it's really hard to find some of these products. In some others it's just a struggle. So yeah, I wish that iHerb had more of these products online. I may have to check again on iHerb to see whether they do have, and I may even contact them actually, because I know a lot of you guys now use iHerb, and I'll say, look, I usually recommend and a lot of my subscribers come to yours. Can you consider some of these products? My subscribers would love to purchase them, and maybe they'll put them on there for you guys. And then, so, maybe they won't. They'll just tell me to take a hike. I don't know, but if you don't try, in that regard. And so at least, because sometimes it's very hard to get certain products in certain parts of the world. And it's, and sometimes they can be very important. Oh, thanks, Tom. Cheers, mate. But you go all the way down to Donny's. There he is. G'day, Dom. Good to see you, mate. Sorry to hear about you, father. Thanks. I appreciate that. Hope he recovers quickly. Ice cream tub subs. Yeah. Yeah, okay. You're encouraging my ice cream addiction. Thanks, mate. Yeah, look. Friggin' hell. Yeah, I know. It's been stressful, let's say, the last couple of hours, so yeah. And I've been trying to control my anger, or my being pissed off sort of thing. So hold on, that's the phone. I better check it just in case it's from the hospital.
Running a show again. Oh my.
No, just my younger sister. Oh, she's not bloody online. She calls me. She's probably at work anyway, but wasn't she listening to her brother online? Family. God, so much support.
Oh.
I tell them off. Like even last night I was talking to my nephew, my older sisters, and he's basically working in some firm that does it's civil engineering, sort of
Oh,
stuff like that. Yeah. So that's what he's doing, and so he's working for one of the architects there. Bloody hell, my sister.
intermission. And this live stream is sponsored by ice cream. Oh god, I can't even think of something to keep the stream going because he's probably going to get back in a few minutes. Okay. Now that's fun.
Hello? Yes, it is.
Maybe I should ask Harry about my ideas for a fluoride protocol. Oh, yeah, it's nearly 1 a.m. now, Richard. Look, it's fine. It's once every 2 weeks I do this. It's fine. All the other days of the week, I sleep at a reasonable time. So this is fine, okay?
Yeah, because I was there until later in the afternoon before.
I'm actually above. I believe I'm crossing the 73 kilo barrier.
Then one of the nurses
been progressing well with my muscle building.
She told me.
Very nice, and almost no carbs to speak of, just some lactose.
Yes, I just don't know because there was going to be some tests and some other stuff that were going to be done on
push-ups
this morning.
I'm already quite calm.
And also
Moving about would only delay my sleep.
Has that happened or? Not yet. Okay.
Not sure what my max is at. I think it's like 90 kilos, which is.
So there's no clotting in the lungs. Okay, good.
200 pounds. Okay, that's not bad. The pillow examination procedure.
Okay, so you still.
I used to be. I used to have terrible insomnia. Pre-carnivore, that is. Also taking care of light exposure as well. Things are much better.
Dad's. I know Dad's younger brother, but nobody else in the family. But he's on he eats a lot of garbage. So he's hiding the lifestyle that he has. So I couldn't actually put it together.
Since Harry hasn't gotten back yet.
In that regard.
Let me do some flexing for the camera. I bet you he's gonna be curious what went on while he was away. Oh God, my English isn't the best when it's 1 in the morning.
Yeah. No. I mean, his grandfather. Well, his grandfather lived 107, and his father lived 87 and died from pneumonia.
Now I'm actually just paying attention to what he's saying over the phone. Oh God. Gosh, I really don't know how to keep the show going because I'm usually just listening. Like if I had something planned, but I'm usually just an extra. Let me see.
Okay, not a problem. I'm going to be down, but probably an hour and a half.
Someone's question left behind.
Hopefully,
I can at least help him with that, I guess.
Time and see how Dad's doing.
Yep.
Okay, fair enough.
Should have muted.
Okay, I'll be popping in through the week, and whoever's around.
That's why I was trying to say stuff. Maybe helping in muffling it.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, take care. Bye.
Olive oil soap. Oh God. Playing music. He's getting back just now. Oh God, I really need to sleep, but I'll stay to the end of the live stream.
Okay, that was one of the doctors. So it wasn't my sister. My sister called me twice, and then I just sent her a message. I'm online. I'll call you back. So yeah, but that was one of the doctors. So just giving
Just
me a
letting
bit
you
of a
know,
rundown.
you weren't muted, by the way. Might want to check the things you
Oh,
said during this.
okay. God, I forgot about that. Who cares? Yeah. So basically, asking all these. Oh, we're doing also some genetic tests. All somebody clotting effects. There's nobody in the family. I've checked mine. It's just the normal sort of stuff, and it's not as if I was going to say, I'll let them go through that sort of stuff. And once they've actually found that there is no genetic predisposition or anything like that they're trying to find, we can't explain it. I'm going to go, well, have you considered the COVID jab thing? But I'll let them go through their little motions of trying to we need to find a genetic cause for this. Yeah, I know you need to. Yeah, because it plays with the narrative. It can't be the jab. Definitely not, And for the YouTuber people, this is just my personal opinion and from case studies that I've looked at. And so as far as I'm concerned, there is good, it sort of correlates quite well. Dad had, after 6 days, which is what that lady had, that 79-year-old lady who had lipodemia in both legs, not one, but both. Dad's only had in one. And it's the one that he actually had he's had a bad knee for years. So it may have been more susceptible to clotting as well because of the higher fibrotic tissue in that. So I'm thinking that may be also a factor. That's where you got more reactivity and poorer clearance because of probably the vasculation or the sort of in that area due to the fibrotic tissue. So, but that's just a speculation on my part. But it seems strange that some of the other sort of incidents that have happened in other people are slightly both legs in many cases, or the leg where you got the jab on that side or the other side. So it depends. But yeah, but Dad also had a bad knee on that side, that I tried to organise 3 times for surgery, and he said no. In hindsight now, maybe that was a better choice because, I don't know. But not for what happened now, but in terms of mobility, because you can sometimes have these operations and then they can go pear-shaped and lose all mobility. So that was what his major worry was back then. He said, I can cope with a bad knee, but if I'm wheelchaired, I can't. That's harder to cope with. I can't do my gardening. I can't do other things from a wheelchair. And so, yeah, so I can understand where he was coming from in that regard. But yeah. And what does my sister actually say that her message was? What's happening with Lucy? How are you, Harry? How are you feeling? How are you coping with Dad? No. What's happening with the cat? Everybody's got their friggin' priorities, right? I can see in my family. Wonderful. Anyway, I can't even remember where I was. Where was I? Went past that. Past that. The actor. Oh, that's right. We were talking about the soaps. Yeah.
I just talking about soaps. I just had to come up with like the most random things to just keep the show going.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, of course.
I even flexed a bit just just for the sake of the joke while we were away.
Richard said he's eating mince to save on money. I like mince.
Yeah,
I like mince.
I like
Patties and stuff like
meats.
that.
Mhm.
They're nice and fatty and all that. I like them. So
Yep.
God, I don't care if they're cheaper. You can call me a
Mhm.
cheapskate. I definitely enjoy. I actually, it's. I love the beef bacon. I have to say, I really like that. I really got into that. I still buy regular bacon, though. I just still like piggy.
Mhm.
And then I'll throw in, do my fried eggs and stuff like that. About 6 mostly. That's the other thing I have to, when I'm coming back tonight. I need this afternoon. I need to pick up some eggs because I've finished. I've got no more eggs.
Sure.
I've consumed all my eggs
I was
as
going
of
to ask.
yesterday. Sorry, the day before. I was
Uh,
going to buy on Saturday, and then all this happened. So I just supplemented choline. Yeah, so that's all I did, and so anyway.
I've been uh, I've been hearing a lot of people talk about like immune reactions, like becoming sensitized over time if you're exposed to something like frequently. I
Mm.
guess this ties into the stomach acidity issue, but some people are saying that you shouldn't have eggs every day because you can develop an allergy to them or something like that.
Okay.
And I don't really buy that, but I just
No,
wanted to
neither.
see your
I
take.
don't either. I don't either.
Mm,
That guy that was actually eating 25 eggs a day for years and years and
mhm.
years, he didn't have an allergy.
Yep,
I think either you have sort of a predisposition to
sure.
to be reactive to certain proteins, or you don't. And then it could also
Mhm.
be, a certain level of leaky gutness, because there's been a lot of people, like I've had people like with an Asian background where you wouldn't think they'd be sensitive to dairy fats, and then all of a sudden they've basically gone on a carnivore diet, they've done taurine, they've cleaned up their dysbiosis and all that, and now they can tolerate dairy. You know, so all of a sudden, completely turn around. You know, what lactose intolerance? What you know? So yeah, I don't buy a lot of that sort of stuff. There's a lot of what I call paleo myths. It's like, the estrogen in milk. That was another one. It's just nonsense. 6 nanograms for, big, having a big pint of milk or whatever, and you've basically a big glass of milk, and you're basically producing like 53,000 nanograms. It's like a drop in the ocean. It's just irrelevant, and it's not even estradiol. It's estrone, which is 4 times weaker. It's just nonsense. It's just one after the other. So I don't buy a lot of that nonsense. Um, if you've got derangements, leaky gut, could you, and you don't break these proteins down in the stomach, because that's what your stomach's supposed to do, maintain a low pH of about 1 to 1.5. And that low pH will denature all the foreign proteins that you've eaten from the foods, the animal foods. It will break them down to basic amino acids. That's what denaturing is, and that's why you don't want to eat plants, because plants have protease inhibitors that are going to inhibit the breakdown of these foreign proteins that you're ingesting. And so if you've got leaky gut, they're going to get via your enteric system into your bloodstream, and then that could have reactivity, depending on how much gets through and what, and associated LPS and whatever else. But if you've on taurine and vitamin D, you're going to have tight junctions. You're also going to have lower pH. You're going to basically digest those animal foods. You're going to break them down to basic amino acids. You'll then absorb them into the amino pool, and then you'll use them as building blocks to build tissue, enzymes, and a number of other peptides that the body requires for transport purposes or catalytic purposes. That means breaking things down and building things up. That's what enzymes do, or they convert things. from one state to another by adding things or taking something away to change that, to move down certain metabolic pathways. But yeah, that's really what we're talking about fundamentally, getting the body to work properly the way it's supposed to. It's not rocket science. And I think we tend to fall into these traps very easily. A lot of us, for a whole lot of reasons. The idea that the body tries to dump toxins through bile, but because bile gets recycled, it becomes a futile unless you do something with it. No, not really. It's usually when you have the gallbladder not working properly and the kidneys not working properly and many other things not working properly, or massive excess by eating inappropriate things, then yes, you can actually, or you've got a lot of stored crap, then you can, activated charcoal can play a role in combination with the other things of getting things working properly, but it just will, like, what it will do is it will slightly speed up the clearing out. And this sort of recycling, futile cycle, it's not exactly like that. That's another naturopathic piece of nonsense. They've actually done experiments. You don't take, unless you've actually got leaky gut, unless you've got a whole lot of other derangements where your enteric system isn't working properly, signaling properly, then yes, that can be a problem. But if it is, because it's regulated by taurine properly, then it works much better at excreting and getting rid of these things. So again, animal foods are basically helping do things. Yep, it does. It does, Daisy and Susie Tam. Yes, it does. So you have to do it separately in a more fastened way, not with food. You never do these sort of things with food in that regard, or you do it later after you've digested. So you've a couple of hours, like 4 hours plus, depending on what you've eaten. Because then you'll be excreting stuff by that stage in 4 to 6 hours from bile, and then you can bind that. So that's the whole purpose. It's all about timing with these things. Yep, that's exactly right. Only mods can. So it's primarily as a protection to prevent people putting, like, some of these bots that come on and put pornographic links and all sorts of other things. And you're supposed to manage those. So on the one hand, YouTube says that. On the other hand, if you don't manage them properly and eliminate them, then they can basically take action against, that you're promoting. It's just crazy. You can't win. So yeah. But it also simplifies the problem of managing these sort of bots. Okay, he had a bot attack, did he? But okay, that could be a problem. Yeah, it's the other reason why I've restricted it. Like my chat thing, I've restricted it to basically people that subscribe only. So subscribers only. But what is happening now is bots are basically subscribing. They'll subscribe to a whole lot of people, even though that, and then they'll unleash them a couple of days later. So, and then a couple of days later, they'll remain subscribed because they don't care. They'll subscribe to everyone, the bots. So they'll take a couple of days to subscribe through these. They run like some automatic program. They'll subscribe to everyone, the bot, and then it will basically just hammer everyone. And that's how they work. So they can get around that thing. So, I'm a subscriber, but I'm a bot. So, but it means that people that are vagoons or whatever else, or anyone else coming in and posting any nasty sort of stuff or whatever, that can be minimized to some extent. But even bots now, they're starting to become a problem because not all the bots, most of the bots still aren't, like, they'll subscribe to all the big channels. They won't subscribe to all the small channels, but they do appear here and there. But Bart's slightly bigger, and so his will be targeted because it's got more traffic going to it. So yeah, can be a problem, and it's a hit and miss. It's a bit strange, some get more, and it seems to basically be related to all sorts of things that we're not very clear, because we don't really know the algorithms behind, in that regard. And it may be that certain subscribers have clicked on, like certain people have curiosity, have clicked on, and they're subscribers of a certain channel, and that may create a cross link, like, oh yeah, now I know wherever you subscribe, I'll basically post on that. So that could be another factor. Since I've initiated this subscriber only, I don't get any bots. I think we only got one. There was one wasn't there only one? I think we got very recently. That was the that porno one. There was I think a Russian one that we got. That was about it. So haven't had that problem, so to speak. But yeah. But on the comments area, I always, was getting quite a few like comments, and I just started blocking all of them, kept on blocking and blocking and blocking and blocking. And I know some of the mods also blocked them in the comments area and all that. And what I've noticed is it's dropped off quite a bit, because I was really extreme at blocking. So I think they've taken me out. They say, well, I immediately eliminated them, so there's no value, so I've been excluded for that reason. So I think you have to be, for a couple of weeks, you have to be like very diligent in blocking them, all of them, and then they take you off their list because it's not worth it. So I think there's a bit of an AI behind it, and analyzing and saying, okay, this channel is zero tolerance, so I can't, it's a waste of time putting stuff, because it's just going to be blocked and removed immediately. And so what it's doing is it's assessing. Now, if you're, like a big channel and you've got millions of subscribers, you just don't have the time to cover everything. So on those sort of channels, yeah, you're going to get massive. The bigger the less capable you are as a single person to manage, which means that you're going to basically end up with a much higher. I've just had a very zero tolerance, knocking them off very fast, quickly, and I've had less of a bot problem, so to speak. But yeah, I know Bart's had a bit of but he sort of leaves his comments and sometimes comes back to them after a day or two or whatever. Sometimes not at all if he's too busy with other things, and that means that some of these bots get past, and so then they say, oh well, this site is a bit more tolerant of the bot. They don't go after them with a vengeance like I do. And as a consequence, yeah, I think that's why I get less bots, for that reason. They know I don't like them, and they decide, oh, it's a waste of time. In that regard, last point, mold has been an issue for me, and I have been seeing that I have a big genetic issue with toxin A. Okay, yeah. Look, if you're detox, there are genetics. I have in terms of genetics that for a better detox capability, like for instance, my P450, which is the enzyme that actually the primary enzyme in detox phase 2 in the liver, mine's actually works about, I think it's 4 times faster, I think, something like that. So I can detox much faster. Some people have got a very poor expression of that. They are the type of people that ends up with a lot of problems, and they have to be much careful about their environment that they're in, So those sort of people, if they got those genetics, I wouldn't recommend them working in the mining industry, in the oil industry, and all these sort of industries that they're going to be exposed, in manufacturing industries, exposed to more chemicals. Those people are going to have more problems, especially on modern diets. Where on older diets, there was less of an issue, or maybe there was, but the quality of the food actually masked the severity, where today the poor quality of the food doesn't. So a bit like that. As I said, without research, we're going on anecdotes. It's always harder to basically give you a definitive answer on these things, because we've got to be honest. We don't have enough research. We don't have enough science to know exactly all we know is from anecdotes that people with certain genetics tend to be more prone to more of these issues than others. So that's another thing that we need to keep in mind. Oh, how is your distract of going, Harry? Waiting for it. Look, I've done a couple of things that I've covered on Ray Pete, but there's a lot of things that I need to do. I just haven't had the time. But I do inform you guys about some of the nonsense. And if you look at some of the videos, I mean, if Ray Pete was right, I've actually pointed out a number of reasons why he was wrong. And you've already had some of the videos that I've made. So, yeah. But we'll get there eventually. Take Lukey, Hashimoto's thyroiditis. Or myself, genetics that are predisposes me to baldness. Severe alopecia, not just alopecia, but baldness, like my cousins. I've got alopecia and all that. My uncle, dad's youngest brother, he's bald. So, well, it's more like in different areas. It's sort of, so he has to comb his hair in a certain way or whatever. But he's still, it's obvious. It's obvious that he's bald, So he just cuts it. Dad tends to, because dad's got a bit of alopecia as well. So he just cuts it really short and just doesn't care anymore. Just goes, I don't care. It is what it is. So that's what he does. He doesn't go all the way like Bart and shaves it, but yeah. But if you take a look, some of the guys, my hair has become much thicker, much better, and I've basically been able to resolve that issue. But I've, eating more eggs, getting more biotin in there, getting more sulfur amino acids like taurine, MSM. That's what's really changed it around quite a bit. And a number of my other subscribers also have done these sulfur amino acids because they bind keratin. They actually some of them, are also involved in the building of the keratin, there. So this sort of collagen in your hair and in your nails that build these things. So that makes the difference. And animal foods have these sulfur amino acids. That's what makes a difference. Where the problems lie for us is, like oxalate dumping or insufficient protein or things like that can actually then cause these, and depending on somebody's genetics and all these sort of things, so it can slightly vary. But yeah. And then, the obvious thing with the Ray Pete thing, deuterium. I just have to say that, deuterium. Sugar is very high in deuterium. You're going to slowly affect negatively your mitochondria. You won't do that with fat. The complete opposite. So to argue that is a better fuel is illogical completely when you look at basically how the Krebs cycle works. You're actually inducing mitochondrial damage and reverse Krebs cycle, which reverse Krebs cycle leads to senescence and cancer if you do it to an extreme level. So, especially with seed oils, which are very high, that's the only thing we agree with, very high in, oxidative products. But on top of that, the key thing that I think that's the worst thing about the seed oils is the damaging effect on the mitochondria, not so much just from the oxidative products, but from the high levels of deuterium. So, just on that front, he's wrong completely. And his support. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say. So about fasting, they are just so against intermittent fasting, time restricted eating. They just think it raises cortisol. It's like it's terrible, really. They think you need to be eating so often to support your metabolism, so you don't go cold.
Ridiculous.
Or things of this. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
It's absolutely ridiculous. So what's the other thing that actually goes up when you basically get into reverse Krebs cycle, which actually drives growth pathways? which are basically, and actually reduces the mitochondrial efficiency. So what actually also happens, you get an increase in carbon dioxide in the body. And don't they say that's a great thing?
Yep.
What a bunch of cockwombles.
Oh my God.
There's so many, there is so many things that I can argue when it comes to the repeat. I just haven't made the video. I know, look, yeah, but yeah, there's so many errors and reductionist thinking. Where do you start and where do you finish? And the problem is some of the stuff is hardcore biochemistry, which is really hard to explain to people, the average person. So it really takes a lot of effort to try and sit down and simplify how this actually works. That's why I wanted to make that other video about the reverse Krebs cycle and explain that sort of thing. That's, I have to design it. I like doing videos where I've got a study, I put it up, and then I just go through and explain. That's easy to do. My live streams are even easier because I just blurt it out. It's all in my head. I just give you the explanation. But putting together something like this to basically show all the pathways. Remember, it took me a week. If you remember the actual one that I did with Gregor, where I pulled him apart and just made him look really foolish, showed the studies and all that, and all the combination. They actually were stopping the video at certain points so you could actually hear him say these things, and then showing that this didn't, why it was wrong, what he was saying, and things like that. That took a lot of planning, took a couple of days of planning to sort it all out, then to test it, then I had to revise it because there was a couple of things I looked at it and I go, oh, I forgot to say this, this, and this. I forgot to put this in it. I didn't explain this properly and all that, and I had to redo it. Now, that took me a whole week. That's the problem. See, Bart has all the time. He does it every day. He basically, it's his work. His work is social media. It's not my work. My work is basically to work on it's in cartography, in mapping. That's my work. I'm tired when I come back from work, like anyone, because you're mentally tired because you've been working, dealing with certain things. Sometimes not as that. Then you've got, family issues, all sorts of things. And so for me, this is why I do these long streams, deliberately so you guys can ask me questions to help people. That was the whole purpose of the actual thing. It's not here to basically, I don't run this channel to basically, you could say, do polemics against people. That's not the purpose of my channel. It's to sort of help people with health problems and provide them with answers and then guidance so they can basically slowly manage because at the end of the day, I don't have time for consultancy. I was trying to do that and I realized I was burning the candle at both ends. I just didn't have the time. So now I just recommend people that I know would be useful for specific stuff. So if somebody has a specific condition, and at some stage I'll get back to doing my email things because I've sort of stopped that for a while and said, at some stage I'll reactivate that. It's just I've been too busy with many other family issues, as you know, even more now. But yeah. But the problem, it's the time, NTL. I wish I had more time. But yeah, I have a series of things that I want to do on repeat and a series of things that I want to do because I've got the myths and falsehoods of veganism. There's still a lot of videos there that I still haven't done. I still want to do. There's a number of points that I haven't covered. I haven't covered basically. There's one thing that they talk about of the nutritional profile of wild animals and domesticated animals. That's another one. It's a bit of a myth, that as well, I can tell you. So there's a lot of things out there that, so it takes time to plan all these sort of things, especially when you do polemics, because I don't like to get it wrong. In a sense that I omit, it's usually through omission that I forget to put something in, but then somebody can come back and argue that point. When I've actually covered something, as you've seen, like whatever, I don't really get a lot of people coming back criticizing or making, I pretty much comprehensively cover. For me, I take a sword to the argument. I mean, I take a sword to the argument, and basically I make sure that I've decapitated that adversary to that level they won't come back. So their argument will be completely and utterly annihilated. And I'll back it up with really solid research and science and stuff like that. And I'll explain exactly why their argument is completely nonsense. So, yeah, but that requires planning and effort and time. So it's not an easy thing to do. But that's how I sort of operate. I've just been, lately it's been, a bit too many things in my, but I will get back into producing stuff. So it's just one of those times when you have in your life that a whole lot of other things are happening. And yes, a Roy coin. God, he'll love that. Roy coin. I knew Richard would come up with something like that. I spit, not swallow. Toothpaste. Oh yeah, he's just clarifying that.
Oh god, somehow it gets worse.
Can be construed in all sorts of ways. Yes, animal husbandry is very popular in New Zealand. That's why he made that clarification. Down the drain into the gutter.
You're just getting to the bit where I joined the stream.
Yeah. We've covered a lot of these other these other sort of these other things.
I do need to get going, by the way.
Yeah, look, you go. I'm about to pull the plug in 2 minutes anyway, because it's about nearly 4. I just realised what time it is. God. So in that regard. Yeah, so basically there's a few things there that I would love to cover. Yes, you need to be fat adapted. You need to be fat adapted before you do those sort of things, because if you're not fat adapted, you will know it quite clearly, because you won't be able to produce enough metabolic water. And if you're not producing enough metabolic water, you will basically feel pain in your back and all sorts of things, and you'll go, because your joints are dehydrating. So you'll know very quickly that you're feeling like crap. I think Bart had where he'd gone in from eating certain inappropriate things into a because he'd actually stated that he was going to do it. He shouldn't have done it. He should have just left it for later on and just gone into it when he was already had high ketone levels. You test your ketones with a ketone and find out that your ketones are high, and then you basically go into a dry fast. And so, it just takes 3 days to get into high ketosis. And then you basically swing into a dry fast. And then you basically, it can take less, depends, you can do some exercise and stuff like that and get yourself into high ketotic state. And then you can shift, which is what I did. And that's why those 3.5 days, I was at work. Most people, those were regular work days. I was actually quite productive as well, because I had all the energy. But that's because, if I basically, a lot of people that go, oh, I felt like crap. I go, well, you shouldn't be doing a dry fast then. You feel like crap because you can't regulate fluids, electrolytes, or energy substrates within the body correctly. So maybe not a good idea in that regard. G'day, Robbie. How are you, mate? Good to have you here. Yeah, so I would love to, if people have got any other, they really need to ask questions in that regard. Just stick it in the the chat. Stick it in the comments after if it's really important, like health related or whatever. And I'll definitely answer at some stage, probably early next week, because it's always, I quickly take a look, but I may answer like the day after or whatever when I've got time. I usually check quickly immediately to see whether any bot has put anything. If they haven't, then I don't look until the next day, so to speak. It's more the bots that I'm concerned about. I don't want them to establish a liking for my channel. But eventually I do answer. It just may be a bit delayed due to everything else that's happening in my life at the moment. So what's that? 1 kilo, €4. Okay, that's not, 80%. That's pretty good, Don. I mean, Hello Kitty sent me for Australia some link. I haven't had a chance to look at it. She reminded me. Said, "Have you looked at that?" I said, "No." So I'll check that out, because as I said to her, I'm a bit particular. I'll check out, like, because in mapping and stuff like that, I know things. I'll actually look at like aerial imagery. If there's a lot of other agricultural activity around, there's if they've got contour information, I can look at the sort of the runoff that's happening from other properties and how that may affect those other. So I do a bit of that. I know it's strange for some people, but I do assess the quality of the dirt those animals are pasturing on. So I do check those sort of things. And so that's why there are certain places where I get my meat and not from others, even though they say all pastured, no grain fed or anything like that. And then I go, you're close to some other agricultural activity that may be a problem. So, and then with Cape Grim, like up in King Island, that's pretty good as well, that place. There's no agricultural runoff or issues like that. Plus, there's a lot of these hardy plants, very small hardy plants, and it will tend to improve the omega-3 profile. So that's another, and the vitamin D profile of the fats. So that's another bit of a side benefit that comes from getting it from those sort of areas. So there's that sort of stuff, and certain cuts from them are not that prohibitively expensive, so it depends. So I vary my sources. There are others that are pretty competitively priced and also from good sources, and then there are certain cuts even from some of these areas that are pretty good price. Some of the other stuff is like sometimes, but rarely buy porterhouse or stuff like that from them, or I fill it, because it tends to be very pricey. In the $50, $40 per kilo range, where their other cuts tend to be in a couple of dollars range. So it depends on which cuts of the meat, things that are less popular, but I don't care. It's still meat with connective tissue on it. People don't like connective tissue, but actually, that gelatinous, there's hyaluronic acid, there's all these sort of other elements that are coming in that your body doesn't need to convert, and just takes it and uses it. And it's coming from, an actual animal source. So I actually like that sort of stuff anyway. And I like sort of gnawing on the bones, so so it's a bit different, and cuts that people won't eat. And I go, well, fine. That's coming from a good pastured source, plus it's cheaper. So who cares? And and we're lucky in Tasmania, we don't have this grain issue, because at most they may give them hay and silage at most. So that's about it. So it's less of an issue. Rich is going, hang in there, Luke. Yeah. Your mate Richard is definitely saying that. Can't you see? He's about to fall asleep.
just after deadlifting earlier yesterday, because Saturday is actually yesterday already.
See, Richard has a lamb that he counts, so he actually gets that's how he gets to sleep. He'll have to organise you a lamb, send it over.
Oh god, he's doing more concrete counting of lambs.
That's all they do over there. Isn't that right, Richard? I thought that's all New Zealanders did.
Oh god.
Count the relatives. And I'm going to get into trouble now.
Oh my.
Why did the chicken cross the road, Harry? Taurine. God, the humour's gone downhill. I haven't helped either. I get more a Brazilian meat, cheaper compared to New Zealand and Australian ones.
And here I am paying at an all-time high for meat.
Yeah, because it's been sent all to the UAE.
Yep.
So Sammy's been getting it all. Hey, Sammy, eat your own meat. Eat your camel. Actually, that's one meat that I would love to try is camel meat, and camel milk. It's two things that I haven't tried. Before I die, I need to basically try both of those. I don't believe in reincarnation and all that sort of stuff, but if I did, I'd want to come back as a camel. With a little sign on the side, deterrent a bleeding machine. That'd be my brand. Oh, what tastes better? Oh, in terms of the meats. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I know where Richard's going in here. Animal husbandry.
God,
that's where it's gone.
Keep getting
Pre-loved meat, as he calls it. It's Luke against Harry against Richard meat, country of origin. Serious stuff.
Oh my.
Okay.
National pride at stake,
Exactly. God, I'm sort of conflicted. You got on the one hand, I've got the Australian lamb, and then on the other hand, I've got the Greek goat. So I'm conflicted completely.
Oh, that's a tough choice.
That's what happens when you're a dual national.
Yeah.
I better be careful how I actually word this. Which animal do you like most, Harry? All I can say is which gives me more joy. I'll leave it at that.
Sure. We're not specifying which kind of joy it is.
We're not
specifying. God.
Of course, a New Zealand Australian beef tastes better. Oh, he's sucking up.
You're getting the grey-fed stuff.
Anyway, actually, New Zealand meat is all grass-fed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Australian meat is a mix. Some of it is from grass-fed sources. Some of it. So if you get from Northern Australia, which a lot of the actual Middle Eastern parts do get, because it's livestock, for halal slaughtering and stuff like that. You tend to basically get more grass-fed, and grass-finished and stuff like that. So that's because it just costs too much to transport up to the northern part of Australia to transport grains. It's just, so the areas where you'll get more grain usage will be in New South Wales, Victoria, parts of southern Queensland. That's sort of the areas where you'll get a bit more in those sort of areas. And it's usually, we're talking about the leftovers of the grains in silos, grain silage, this sort of the poor quality stuff they would burn otherwise. So it's that sort of stuff. It's not like corn or, things that can be eaten by others. That only happens in America because it's subsidized. But in Australia, it's not. So, and in Tasmania, it's too far to transport. So it would make the meat very expensive. So it just means they have to pasture them a bit longer. Mate of mine is an accountant, but he actually is the guy that I actually went to Europe with. But he and his wife, they actually run sheep on not only on their farm, but then they'll take them next door. They'll take them to the other paddocks that other people are not using at the moment. And so they'll run them through a number of paddocks to basically get the feed up in terms of that. And so then he'll sell them twice a year. So he'll fatten them up and then sell them at that stage. So I usually buy from him like a whole lamb or half a lamb or stuff like that, depending, or go halves with Dad. He'll get half, I'll get half type thing. So, and it's all pastured, which is nice, What is that? Is that your alarm? You need to go to bed. Quack, 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 quack.
No, I actually have an itch in my throat.
Got an itch in your COVID. Have you had your have you basically taken a rat tail and stuck it up there or not?
No.
So you're not testing yourself right?
Nope. Definitely not. I actually haven't had a test ever since all this business came about.
Well, Sammy, if it's grain fed, if it's whiter, the fat. If it's grass fed, the fat will be more yellowy. So that's the carotenoids and the omega-3s and stuff like that are higher. So that's why you'll actually see that from the grass finished type. Price and tease maybe. Yeah. I buy from certain producers because I'll go around to different butcher shops or different places or the farmers market or whatever. And even at the farmers market, I've tried different cuts and stuff like that. And I'll go, yeah, I like this, or nah, so there's a guy that comes occasionally from the the eastern part of the Tasmanian island. So I think from Little Swan Port or round about there. But he only comes a month and all that. And there's a lot of these hardy plants that are in that area that his animals are eating. And I will say, I don't know what exactly plants they are. I haven't looked into them. I probably should check the vegetation layer in the mapping to see what exactly they're eating. But anyway, and what it does is the taste is really nice. I really find the taste really nice, pleasant, and the fat. So, but I rarely find him there. Today we looked and he wasn't there either. He was supposed to be, I thought, this week back, but he's, I've missed him now twice. So it's a bit annoying because I'd like to get some of his meat. But he only comes down once a month. Sometimes he, like every 5th week. So you go down, you miss him, and then you go, oh, is he going to come? And you don't know. And then, it's been a bit annoying. It's been a hit and miss. But probably next time I see him, I'm going to buy some more additional and just put it in the deep fridge. Just have some additional stuff because I just want to get something nice. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there, guys. Thanks for being here. Zach, you're late. Where have you been, mate? Dustless for you, mate. Coffee time. Fair enough. So I'm out of here because I need to be somewhere else. And then I've got a live stream tonight as well. So I can't be, yes, it's gone over 4 hours. It wasn't being planned to be that. It was supposed to be 2 hours, and somehow it became 4 hours. Anyway, it just shows how much I enjoy Lukey's company. I'm not going to say anything beyond that.
Very nice, eh?
Otherwise, I know Richard's going to go, oh, yeah, I know you enjoy mine, but you don't want to admit it, Harry. Things like that. So we don't want to get him too excited.
Perfect, yes. Appreciate it.
Thanks, mate. I always, and thanks for the, for the donation earlier as well. Appreciate it. Yes, definitely. Don't forget to hit that like button at least once, and leave a comment as well. Even saying, "Oh, nice stream," something like that, because it helps with the algorithm. The more comments you get, it helps with it. They don't, I'll just give you a love, a little heart there to a bit of love from Harry. Because Angela's here as well. I haven't seen Angela for a while. Where have you been hiding, my dear? So she did an appearance right at the end.
Yes.
Right at the end. You're welcome. Or you've been hiding. You've just basically been listening in the background. Me carrying on and everybody else. The Zoom thing. I'm going to do a new Zoom entry for next week because next week I don't have a live stream, so I'll just run a new Zoom, and I'll just be popping in and out. So there's your opportunity to turn up to that Zoom, next week's Zoom, the new one, and have a bit of a chat, a private chat with yours truly and many others. So, there's your opportunity. So we'll run it for the whole weekend. So it'll be, because it's different time frames and all that. So when we're running it late at night, it'll be very early on it'll be like, for the Americas, it'll be like early in the morning, and it'll be late at night because it'll be like 12 o'clock midnight here, Australian Eastern Standard Time. So for you guys, it'll be early in the morning. So that will run, and that'll be on a Friday, obviously, and that will run right through, and I'll run it right through into Monday, which basically will be your Sunday type thing.
Yep.
And so,
right.
that's how I'm gonna do it. And so you'll get an opportunity to, drop in, say hello, talk to anyone else that wants to turn up. All are welcomed. So, and it's very easy with the Zoom thing. All you need to do is just click on the link, and if you need to download the application, it'll actually go into a browser. It'll give you the option to download. You download the application, then you can come in. So it's very easy to do. So it's your opportunity to turn up and stuff like that. Like anything, you sort of have to somehow get access and all that. And it saves me from having to do something like Bart, because Bart's got already a Discord for people going in there and having a chat, or that. This is more for my subscribers rather than anyone else turning up and having a chat, a friendly chat. So it's sort of more as a friendly environment, and it's all set up for anyone to just pop in, and initiate the meeting. So if people pop out, others people can pop in and initiate it. So it doesn't have any restrictions in that regard. So Anyway, thanks guys. Appreciate it. Good on to you, mate, as well. New Zoom. Yes, new Zoom.
Here is launch. Quite creative.
I'll come up with something creative in that regard. I could call it the Goat Fiesta. You guys would still turn up.
The goats.
Anyway, thanks guys. See us. We're out of here. Luke, I need to be somewhere else.
Stay
And
well,
Luke
everyone.
needs to get to bed. See you guys, and thanks for being here.